Hey, hello.
Oh, sorry.
Did you guys hear me? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Did you say there was supposed to be music? There was not music playing?
No, there wasn't anything.
Are you fucking serious?
How many episodes have you been doing this shit for?
No, it absolutely should be playing. Yeah.
There's nothing playing. I didn't hear anything until your dulcet tones came on to alert me.
Holy shit. Now you've made me curious here. Do you hear that?
Yeah, that worked.
Well, fuck. So I was the only one jamming out to that, huh?
Yep. And I am going to start drinking.
You're just now starting?
Yes. I actually just woke up. My sleep schedule got completely fucked this weekend.
Why is that?
I don't know. I just couldn't sleep at night for some reason.
Probably dreading this show that was keeping you up at night.
There's far more things that I have to dread to keep me up at night.
Well, so Zach is muted.
He's there.
That seriously bums
But
me
not
out.
there.
That bums me out that I was the only one that could hear Meshuggah there, and I don't know why.
I don't know, probably because we run the show completely incompetently.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, I've seen people put in less effort than we do, and everything turns out okay. So, I mean,
Yeah, but God hates us, so
well, not me, not Zach.
no, definitely both of you.
So
I know how we should change this show.
Don't say multiverse. Don't do
no,
it.
not multiverse. I was going to say we have it be live camera.
No,
I'm not combing my hair for this show.
I'm not putting on a shirt for this show.
You need to put on a shirt anyway, Jeremy.
No, I do not. Not in the privacy of my own home.
It's civilized.
I don't care what you think is civilized. I'm not putting on a shirt in the comfort of my own home.
It doesn't matter. Civilization is built on mountains of skulls. Therefore, I'm not combing my hair for this show.
Yeah.
I'll
Oh,
be the
look at
first one
you,
to do
Mr. Big Shot webcam, huh? All of a sudden. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only the thing on my laptop.
Mr. Big Shot
Yeah,
webcam. Mr.
Yeah,
Shot webcam.
Yeah, your potato quality webcam, that's really going to add a lot to this.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
that's true.
you're saying that like being able to see you is an improvement.
Mhm.
I'm fucking around, sort of, but damn it. How can you guys be so calm when no one got to hear Meshuggah? How can you be so calm and nonchalant about it?
This is how I get through it. Lefroy.
Oh, that's that seriously Scottish whiskey.
Yeah,
Seriously Scottish.
it's
I'm just drinking.
On the rocks, huh? Okay.
I'm just drinking cheap ass vodka mixed with Monster.
I'm not a fan of vodka.
I'm just drinking Mellow Yellow, but you know, I didn't say that I'm not, you know, imbibing, you know, at all. So
Well, you're the resident pillhead. Where the other two are the alcoholics.
yeah, you two are the alcoholics. He said,
Yeah. Oh,
he's the pillhead. We're the alcoholics.
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider myself an alcoholic.
Or are the pills?
Then I would though.
Or are the pills Jeremy heads? Could be either way. Yeah.
Do you love the drugs, or do the drugs love you?
I think the drugs love me.
Yeah, they cuddle you and tuck you in at night.
Yeah. Why the fuck didn't it play the damn music at the beginning? I'm not letting this go.
Yeah, I didn't hear it either.
I'm closing out with that same song. I'm
What song
closing out
was
with that
it?
exact same song. Zen by Meshuggah. It's seriously badass.
Meshuggah?
In fact, I almost, backed it up and started over to play it like for sure this time. But I guess I'll leave it for the end of the show. That seriously stifled my mojo, and my mojo is pretty easy to stifle, but still. Void in the chat. Are you a Meshuggah fan or a metal fan? You strike me as a metal fan. I don't know why. How about it, Void?
Oh, is he actually in the chat?
Well, he was. I don't know if he is now.
There he is, Yoho.
Yeah, but that was already there. That message was already there.
He was there 5 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I'll talk to you in the chat.
Why?
It just seems like the thing to do.
You're making me nervous. I don't like to make eye contact anyway, and it's like I feel
Are
like
you autistic or something?
I feel like you can see me or something. No, why is
I can't
All of
see
us
you.
are autistic. That's why we're
why
here.
does not making eye contact equal autism?
It's probably more something along the lines
No, it does not.
It's probably for him. It's probably
No,
more
because
along the lines of being schizoid.
Just because I have to turn my doorknob 6 times before I open and close it does not mean autism.
That's obsessive compulsive disorder.
That reminds me, there's a trend I've noticed
That's
in
on
the kind of the alt-right where Jim Goad did it, I know for sure. I've seen a couple other ones do it, where they'll talk about, I've been told that I might be autistic, but they'll wear it kind of like as a
what a
badge
surprise.
of courage. Well, they'll say it like a badge of courage in a way, because like it means they're on some kind of genius tier level that everyone else isn't on. They'll I've noticed they do that a lot. They think it sets them apart.
Rock Dinosaur in the chat says, Jeremy, are you autistic? No, it is not you. It's Indie Rock Dinosaur.
I'm Indie Rock Dinosaur.
No, you are Zach, and that is Indie Rock Dinosaur.
That is me.
Definitively, no, you are not. No.
Look at that. That's me.
I guess he's a fan of Zach.
He is me. You can tell by
look at that. That looks nothing like you.
Right.
It looks exactly like me.
No.
I don't.
No, it does not.
The alt-right. Now, I'm not saying that I dislike them, especially Jim Goad. He might be autistic, and that autism helps him be freaking zeroing in on these cultural topics and not having a filter. So he says
it's
exactly
like you just
I don't
said.
think Jim Goad's autistic. I think he's just very ornery.
I don't know. Look at his face. I'm just kidding. I don't think
you just said that people use it as a badge of honor these days.
I was talking about him.
I found that it's the opposite. Much like me, they're very likely to use autistic as an insult.
Mm-hmm. But there are a lot of people who use autism as kind of like a way to exempt them from things,
Well, everybody does that,
right? And I mean,
For example, I suffer from depression. This is why I need to drink. This is my emotional support bottle.
Okay, I can understand that, and you have the right to do that, and I don't think that it's any way shameful as long as you don't, backhand your woman or fuck kids or anything. But I mean, where am I? Okay.
You're in Timbuktu.
Ken will come by tonight. Don't know that. What'd you say?
That probably means you already gave him the link because you're asking that. Anyway, so let's see. Autism, alcohol. Where was I going with that? Where was I going with that?
You were saying you're autistic.
No.
Yeah, we were discussing your autism.
Fuck.
I have a bachelor's in psychology. I am qualified to diagnose you.
You have a bachelor's in autism.
Don't diagnose me.
No, I have a bachelor's in depression and doing your mom.
That's what I was going to say. Everybody gets depressed. That's the thing. There's
I'd recommend reading Mark Fisher's essay, Good for Nothing. I think that's one of the best essays about depression that I've read.
You know what? Good for Nothing, fellas, would be a good book title, by the way, wouldn't it not? Good for Nothing, fellas. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
Here, I'm
like
sending the link.
Goodfellas only with like perpetual fuck ups who can't even commit crime right, you know?
I still need to see Goodfellas. I've seen Casino and The Irishman, but I still haven't seen Goodfellas.
Zach, don't bring Ken in yet. No, we're just getting started. You know, it's. I mean, I'm cool with him coming on later, but I mean, it's like, you know, if Ann comes in, their vibes are going to cancel each other out. I mean, because it's like Ken is very.
I've noticed that like that first time, I can't
It's
remember
very
if
subdued.
Ken, yeah, I can't remember if the first time he came on here was with her, but they ended up working like well together. Like they didn't, there weren't any shouting matches or anything.
There were no conflicts, but they still canceled each other out. I mean,
she doesn't usually get in till later these days because she's doing that, and then leaving earlier too because she's doing that book club thing. Which, to be honest, I could not imagine doing that in LA because the writers in LA are probably like the most pretentious writers there are.
Well, she's in Palm Springs, but
but she said she was in LA last week, though. I know she was in Palm Springs for a little bit, but she said something about being back in California last week.
She's always
Palm Springs is in California.
Oh, I thought it was in Florida.
Huh?
I thought it was in Florida.
That's two different coasts.
I'm aware, but I mean, when I hear Palm, I think of Florida for like Miami and such, you know?
Yeah, when you think of Palm, think of 5 across your fucking face.
Oh, let's see. I know Phoenix probably won't be able to make it tonight. And we might have somebody drop them by who's been on here a few times as like just kind of, you know, a wallflower, someone to talk to.
Yeah.
No, but he's welcome if he wants the link. Let's see.
I put it in the chat so Uncle Void can click on it. Who is Uncle Void? Is it
just some guy?
It seems like for some reason I'm thinking SC Burke just because of like the drawing, but that's probably not the case. Although the art style is similar.
I think you guys would know if it was him. And he tried to get on that one time. He tried to get on that one time. He didn't sound anything like Burke, so.
Oh, he did? I don't remember this.
Yeah.
I think that was someone else.
That was during the Wolverine episode when you were
the Wolverine.
You guys
I was pretending to be Meatwad.
Yeah.
Except I wasn't because that was actually Meatwad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I had an interesting show on the Indie Rock Dinosaur channel this past, I forgot when exactly we did it, but it ended up being a debate between me and the guest that wasn't expected, and it turned out pretty awesome.
No, wait a minute. Why? Did you guys disagree a lot or what?
We agree on a lot of stuff, but then there's that one fundamental thing that, like, you get, especially when you're talking theology. I come from, like, the strict Protestant side where he's more the Catholic, and when you get to the core issues, it's not that, I mean, it's obviously all still Christian, but those issues are seriously decisive and get people fired up. But it turned out is the YouTube channel is Schism 206, and he actually, I really do recommend his content, especially his lectures on it's called Occult Catholicism. I don't know exactly why it's called that. It's not like an occult thing, but it's sort of just like conspiratorial / theological history. It's pretty awesome.
Schism 206 sounds like the name of like industrial rave band.
That does. But yeah, it turned out pretty awesome. That one's actually the most popular video on that tiny channel too. It went up to like 100 real quick, which isn't a lot, but.
So did you guys get into it? What was it? Did you get heated with each other at first, or?
Yeah, a little bit, but not. We pretty much came to an agreement because, I mean, it seems like once people take a side on that, there's not really. I mean, there are converts, but it seems like when people start actually looking into the issues, they fall one way or the other and just stay. They're like the people who convert from one side or to the other, usually that's when they haven't looked into it and were just kind of raised one side or the other. And then also that's typically the thing. People who raised, especially if they're raised in some freaking stupid Pentecostal denomination that has everything wrong, they'll go over to Catholicism, and Catholics will usually go Protestant a lot too. But I was the one.
There's a lot of occult roots in Catholicism in terms of just how they act. You know, they're very ritualistic in.
Their theology is so freaking weird because this is why I'm firmly Protestant, is because it was just that it literally was like a theological development, whereas they pretend to have, like, you know, all the old things corrected, but they kind of got stuck. They didn't develop it the same way that Luther did, because he came in there with that kind of like super punctual, to the point Germanic mindset, and it's like, what does the Bible say about this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and then had like a whole, you know, system worked out. And when he was able to use that system, which is completely backed up by scripture, to say, hey, Catholics are doing this, this, and that wrong, they freaking lost their minds and said, well, we're the old mystical church. And it just, they went so freaking crazy that 30 something years after the Reformation, they included these 7 books, which, I mean, obviously are not canonical and weren't viewed as canonical for a long time, but they did it just to spite Luther, it seems like, because he was like, yeah, we shouldn't include these books because, I mean, for various reasons. And they just did it to be freaking dicks, it seems like. It's weird. It's a weird history.
Mm-hmm. I swear, I take notes throughout the week in my mind and on paper all week of it. Like, I'm going to talk about this Sunday. I'm going to talk about that, you know, bring this up. And I always end up forgetting by the time I actually get on.
I accidentally muted myself while I was saying this, but wasn't what pushed Luther over the edge the idea of like indulgences, the idea like they could just pay the Catholic Church to have like a get out of sin free card?
That was one of them. That definitely tied into it. The big thing that seemed to have done it was when he actually went to Rome. And keep in mind, at this point, he's like a super academic Bible nerd, and he sees a lot of problems, and it really kind of disheartens him. It's an interesting thing to get into, because it really is like that whole freaking Frank. It is that whole like almost like disillusionment when you meet the famous person you've been wanting to meet, and they turn out to be kind of awful.
Yeah, that's happened with me, like with the pro wrestler Raven, and also Spider-Man.
You met Spider-Man?
Spider-Man? Jenks.
Yeah, he was in Walmart, yeah.
Yeah, was he like fat and just kind of wandering around, and he asked for his autograph, and he just shot at you with a face full of web, and was just kind of giggle. He's like, haha, it looks like cum.
No, he was built like Screech from Saved by the Bell.
I've never watched that show.
Well, that's how all the Spider-Men, they cast look now.
I know. Yeah. You'd think they would be more like, I don't know, Calvin Klein, like, ish, in terms of...
I don't know. I think a lot of the newer ones want to emphasize, like, his boyishness.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like they want to keep him as, like, a boy, especially with that really fucking stupid storyline where he sells his marriage to Mephisto to save Mary Jane.
I will never forgive, was it Michael Straczynski who pulled that off?
Joe Quesada.
It was
his idea.
I will never forgive him for doing that. Okay, so Peter Parker makes an agreement with Mephisto, who is basically the devil of the Marvel Comics universe, so that Aunt May will live. A woman who has lived a full, rich life, who is getting older and knows and would know that her time eventually is up. But because I guess Joseph Quesada, doesn't know how human beings work in real life, he figured that it was totally logical to throw away a youthful, vibrant, healthy marriage in order to save someone who would have died of natural causes.
And the funny thing is, you could tell like the writers absolutely hated this idea because they went out of their way to emphasize, like, of everything in the Marvel universe, like there was probably other things they could have done. Like Mr. Fantastic probably could have come up with an idea to save her. There's like a bunch of people who are actual like fucking gods in the Marvel universe who probably could have done it, but that they just have him like go around and like they're just like emphasizing like that these are all dead ends, and it's like they're telling the reader this is stupid. And especially with it, they have a scene in there where Mary Jane just comes up to Peter Parker in like a psychic vision and says, "Look, I was old. I was ready to die. It's just like, you just don't have to worry about me." So it was basically just the writers like giving the finger to Quesada and just doing it under complete protest.
That sounds horrible.
There is no reason to extend his life any further at the risk of
everybody hated that storyline.
One More Day, it was the name of it. And so basically, Peter and Mary Jane's memories of each other were completely wiped afterward, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
That is that it's worst idea for a story ever. I mean, if
I'm trying to think of like a worse Spider-Man story, like I want to say like the Clone Wars, but that was just kind of dragged out. And
wait, Clone Wars or Clone Saga? Which one?
Or Clone Saga, yeah.
Yeah, from the 90s. That one was actually fun in terms of just how batshit crazy it got, though, with Judas Traveler and his like traveling trio of like evil wizard people. I mean, and how he somehow has insight into the whole clone thing. I mean, at least that had that going for it in the terms of just mystical craziness. But One More Day, there's no redeeming value.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, like the closest I can think of to a storyline that was as bad was that weird Elseworlds like story. I know Elseworlds is DC, but whatever. Where it's like the future, and we find out that Spider-Man had killed Mary Jane because of his radioactive sperm. Mm-hmm. It's like it's like it's a almost like an Elseworlds story that takes place like far in the future, where Spider-Man's an old man and Mary Jane is dead. And we find out, like, that line from the theme song, "Is he strong? Listen, bud, he's got radioactive blood." They take that they take that idea literally and have it so that when he was like busting a nut inside Mary Jane, it was radioactive and eventually gave her cancer, and that's how she died.
Yeah, I mean, they might as well killed off, if they wanted to get Peter Parker away from Mary Jane, they may as well just killed her off like they did Gwen Stacy when they were tired of writing her. I mean,
in the comics, was it
let Peter Parker be happy? God damn it!
Well, Hobgoblin that did that, or
Green Goblin? Not Batman.
It was Green Goblin.
Okay,
because it was Norman.
Hobgoblin.
No, Hobgoblin came later, and he was some guy named Roderick King or something, who was a janitor, I think. And then later, the other Hobgoblin was a therapist of...
There were two Hobgoblins?
Yeah. What the fuck was that?
My wings are here.
Okay, anyway. The second Hobgoblin was the therapist of the first Hobgoblin. Green Goblin was both Norman Osborn and later Harry, I think. So yeah, there were two Hobgoblins and two Green Goblins, and there was also Demo Goblin, who was my personal favorite, and there was also John Goblikon of Necrogoblikon, who has appeared on this show and endorsed The Quiet Place.
Do you remember that Spider-Man musical?
You told me about it on here once, yeah.
I know in the Spider-Man musical, like Spider-Man or the Green Goblin, he isn't like a suit like he is in the comics. He's like a mutant, and he actually has a whole song about it. Which is, and for some reason, like they made like the rest of the Sinister Six mutants too. Even Kraven the Hunter, what is like supposed to be like half human, half animal, or something like that. And Carnage, I guess, is supposed to be like a mutation of human blood or something like that. And they introduce a new character called Swiss Miss, who's supposed to be a mutant, but her whole thing is like she's a woman with like knives for hands. The musical makes no fucking sense.
Swiss Miss.
Yeah, the idea is like she's a Swiss Army knife as a human, but again, she's supposed to be a mutant. What did her DNA mix with knife DNA? It's like you should like read up on the Spider-Man musical. It's like it's like hilarious, and the songs mix the songs in it range from being like so bad that they're awesome to so bad that they're just fucking horrible.
Now, I tell you a good Spider-Man thing is the dang ride at Universal. Now it freaking rules. It's like classic. It's like an indoor dark ride. And it's got freaking all those weird symbiote villains like Scream, the one who's like the woman and she's kind of like yellow and red. It's got her, Hobgoblin, ton of freaking good ones. It's awesome. And Sandman makes a cameo.
There was a Sandman and Hydro Man, and I liked it when those two faced off. That was fun too.
Oh, you've been to the ride?
Oh, I didn't mean the ride, just the thing, the comic.
I remember the 90s Spider-Man TV show was pretty awesome.
It was.
Yeah, is that the one with the cool freaking theme song that I always talk about?
Yeah, by Aerosmith. Yeah. It was Aerosmith that did that one, yeah.
Really? That didn't sound like Aerosmith at all.
I know, yeah.
But that was a pretty good theme song, even though nothing will beat the original one, Spider-Man, the one from the what was it, Hanna-Barbera or something like that, from the 60s.
No, that's obviously inferior, Ben.
What, Spider-Man does whatever a spider can? No, yeah. That is always superior. You are wrong. You are wrong. You are objectively wrong, and you will burn in hell for that.
No, the one from the 90s is the best.
Yeah, the one.
Joey. No, the best version of it is the Ramones doing it, but that was never used in any of the shows.
I didn't even know.
Was that used in one of the movies? The Ramones version of the Spider-Man theme song?
It had to have been on one of the soundtracks because I don't remember it popping up in the movie. I would have remembered that.
Yeah, but either way, yeah, that was a pretty good cartoon. I still remember the big finale where there were like Spider-Mans from like all different universes.
I didn't even know that was a thing. The thing I remember the most, and of course it always goes back to freaking Venom, was that DVD, like a lone DVD thing, selling it as like a full movie when it was just an episode with a couple other episodes taped on, but everyone ate that up. It's classic. I think Ben's muted again, isn't he?
Yes. He may not be aware of it, though. He's probably trying to talk right now as we speak.
No, I did that because I had to go grab my wings.
Your wings.
What kind of dipping sauce?
I didn't get dipping sauce. No, wait. I think I got cheese sauce. No. I got cheese sauce.
You're just going to eat them straight? I mean...
I got cheese sauce with them. I forgot I got that.
Were they mild or spicy or like whatever the lowest kind is?
Half of them, I got them from a place called Wingstop. Half of them are Atomic. The other half are Original Hot.
Boneless?
Boneless, yeah.
It reminds me of that dang viral video with the pizza, the boneless pizza. I love that thing.
Don't be putting bones in my shit.
I watched that thing like probably 30 times.
Have you seen the boneless pizza video, Jeremy?
Mm-mm.
You should pull it up.
How do I know I won't get popped for pulling it up?
It probably will get popped, but it's worth it.
No, it's I don't think it's even monetized. It's just like a shitpost video. Just go to YouTube and type in boneless pizza.
Yeah, other than books this show, we should just talk about less brainy subjects like food.
I disagree. I read. That's just what I do, period.
You eat too, don't you?
Well, yeah, but I mean, but not as much as reading.
Yeah, pizza. What you want?
Let me get a boneless pizza with a 2-liter of Coke.
Fuck kind of pizza? And 2-liter machine, bro. We got 1 liter though.
Fuck you mean, B? Alright, look, let me get that pizza boneless.
Pizza don't got bone on it.
The fuck did I just say then?
You said, let me get it boneless. Like, pizza got a damn bone in it.
Y'all got bones on the shit then?
Nah.
So what's the problem?
Name one pizza that got bone on it.
Just don't put those shits in my pizza, bro. How many times I gotta say it?
Bro, just explain to me how the fuck pizza can be boneless.
If it don't got bone in it, it's boneless.
Son,
I don't understand the problem. Just make my shit boneless.
I'm dead ass now making this pizza.
There's
That was perfect.
That's great.
there's another prank caller who's always calling up these scammers, you know, in like Nigeria and India and shit. And he always he plays along with them for a little bit when they start asking him for this information or that number, and then he'll read out the number 11D3, and they're always like, "Sir, I don't know what 11D3 means. Please try again. Read the number back." And he says, "I don't understand. What's hard to understand about 11D3?"
Yeah, I gotta say that's the thing I miss the most about being a kid is prank phone calls.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it was freaking amazing. We were mean too when I did it, but
Really?
yeah, you can't do it these days.
So, Ben, I take it you know about the Snowplow show and Phone Losers of America, that whole thing.
Like, I don't remember those. I remember the Jerky Boys, which everybody knew about, and I also, what's the name of that guy? Like, nobody knows his real name. He's like even released some of his prank calls on vinyl.
Longmont Potion Castle.
Yeah.
And I don't know. He seems like he's trying to be avant-garde with his, which it kind of makes. I don't know that I've ever laughed out loud, you know, or like lost my breath laughing at his. But I'll listen to the soundboard prank calls, and those are usually funny when they use like Frank Garrett or the Satanic Racist, which are two classic prank call soundboards. Heard of either one of those?
I don't think I remember that, no.
Well, Frank Garrett, that people use a manipulated image of Prince Charles holding a glass of beer to represent Frank Garrett. You never come across that one?
I don't think so, no.
That's weird because you're usually like hipper to this stuff than me. But
I don't know, the whole like trend of prank phone calls was something like I never really got into.
Why? It's freaking awesome.
Yeah, it is funny, but for some reason I just never got into it as much as I did other things.
You had a life while we just sat around prank call people.
Yeah, we should do that. We should do prank calls.
Yeah, I might be up for that. But I mean, you know, people can get in major trouble for that, and I certainly wouldn't want that. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I'd want to like do it where we call like government buildings and shit, and we stream on Sunday where all those are closed. I don't want to like harass like I don't know, like retail workers. I want to
Yeah, that's another
I
thing.
mean, obviously, we can't prank call the police. That would not be smart.
Yeah.
Even though it'd be freaking hilarious.
Yeah. So what about what do you think of Leroy Mercer?
Huh?
I don't know them.
Neither one of you know about Leroy Mercer?
No.
Called up Eddie's Auto and tried to get a fight going. Says I'll meet you down there and whatnot. And then later CNC Auto. I'd pull him up, but I'm pretty sure that we get popped if I did. I don't know.
What is
We
it?
can
Just call
recreate
it
them, except would be CNC autistic.
I could
the
probably
CNC Autism Factory.
as long as the content is transformative, might be able to get away with it. But I mean, if I took the risk and then they popped us for it, I probably wouldn't be able to stream for a few weeks on this channel. So
Well, we don't need to just pull up their video. We need to make our own dang prank phone calls.
yeah,
I'm thinking of just like maybe something like one of us calls like a porn store or something like that and ask if they have like dragon dildos and shit, and one of us someone else on here can like pretend to be the dad, like yelling, "Son, who the fuck are you tying up the phone lines with?"
The phone lines.
Who are you calling? I'm calling for a pizza, Dad.
let's see.
We talked about Jessica Krug.
The Snowplow Show and Phone Losers of America. The guy is Brad Carter that's behind those, and they're probably like the most long-lasting like prank callers in the game. And Brad actually released a book a few years ago called Phone Losers of America, and it's really funny. He talks about how he managed to get this guy named Dino in Nashville, Tennessee, like fired from his job and on the outs with his girlfriend and everything. And the guy
that's not good.
Yeah, I know.
That's going a little too far.
Well, I agree, but it was the 90s, and so they just kind of did things, But it's an entertaining book where he talks about, and they're all true stories except for one, I think. So that's it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I actually do need to read that because it would bring back memories.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, seriously, I have a ton of awesome memories from it, but it's just you can't recreate it because of dang caller ID.
Yeah, do either of you like remember the show The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy?
I hated that show. I watched it all the time though, but I didn't like it.
I remember there was like one whole episode where like the Billy was like trying to do prank calls, but all of them got thwarted because of caller ID. That was like the plot of the episode.
Isn't Star 67 where you block them being able to see?
Well, yeah, but the Billy
it's not
character is
59.
stupid, so he doesn't know about that.
Yeah, that show, like, it was very mean spirited. It was never like just funny. Like, I don't know.
Adventures of Billy and Mandy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Never heard of them.
I remember like it has like one of the most ridiculous fan comics that I've ever seen. It's okay, like the idea behind it is like the Mandy character like switches places with the Grim Reaper, and she ends up being the cause of 9/11. Which is stupid because we all know Bush did 9/11, but it was like just a stupid attempt to be like one of those like fan fiction attempts to be like, oh, I'm making this edgy and deep, and it's just like stupid. For some reason, it misses the idea that the Grim Reaper doesn't like cause death; they just escort people who have died to the afterlife.
I don't know. I just didn't like that show.
I always saw the Grim Reaper as far as a character in the the human consciousness as a kind of like a tax collector of the undead.
Yeah, for some reason, like I always liked Evil Con Carne more, and I was kind of sad when they canceled that.
Yeah, I was here. My friend was actually telling me about that. I didn't know that was like the first, kind of like a prequel to Billy and Mandy, right?
Not really a prequel, but when it started, it was basically like two shows. It was called Grim and Evil, and like half of it would be like Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, and the other half would be Evil Con Carne.
Yeah, I never actually saw that one, but I can imagine. I mean, it just sounds cooler than Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Yeah, it was basically just about this like supervillain who wanted to take over the world, but like something happened where only his brain and his stomach were left alive, and his brain and his stomach were attached to like a dancing bear from a circus.
Now we can all agree that the best freaking Cartoon Network show, Chowder.
I've never heard of it.
I'd still say Powerpuff Girls.
You freaking
The original Powerpuff Girls, not the fucking reboot.
You weeb.
Did you know that when the creator of it originally made those characters for his like a college thesis, they were called the Whoop-Ass Girls?
I can believe it.
Yeah, I can imagine if like it got picked up by like Fox or something, and instead of the Powerpuff Girls, we had the Whoop-Ass Girls.
Freaking Netflix would do it and turn it into a dang pedophile show these days.
Now wait a minute.
I
Okay.
mean, the whole Cuties like controversy, I don't know, just to me it reeks of like of the panic that there was over Joker last year.
I mean, it's boomer virtue signaling, but I've seen like clips that pop up from all the boomers sharing it. But I mean,
yeah, that's clips. I mean, the problem is
freaking it's gross. But yeah, the boomers are annoying. I agree.
I mean, it just seems like a symptom to me of this idea that artwork should never make me uncomfortable. It should never challenge me. It needs to give me my baba and tuck me in at night.
No, the problem is that they're using real kids though, and I don't believe that's
like you can argue about the ethics of having like kids in movies where questionable things happen. But I think that's a way different than like stating that the movie is
dancing,
encouraging pedophilia.
I just want to know because I'm not even clear what the allegations are towards Cuties. I've been hearing like surface information about this. I haven't looked into it though.
They're basically like all the cast members were like 11 years old.
Yeah.
And they're dancing like super, super suggestive and erotically. I don't know what the plot or anything is.
My understanding is like the framing is that the fact they're doing that is a bad thing. Like I said, you can argue about the ethics of having like actual kids in a movie doing that, but that's way different than like a movie that, as far as I know, is framing that as being a bad thing. It's kind of like saying that Requiem for a Dream is encouraging drug use. Like, no, the framing of it clearly says that it's not a good thing.
Yeah, but I mean, you can just tell by like how it's advertised and stuff. Like that might be in part of the plot, but that's not why. Yeah, it's.
I actually agree that the advertising was stupid. Like the way it was advertised reminded me of this movie back in the 60s that was it was a French film. Like the original title was something like Cowards Live in Hope or something like that, and it was like a serious like artsy movie about interracial relationships. But when it came to the United States, it was the movie was retitled to My Baby Is Black, and it was advertised as being like an exploitation film about the horrors of miscegenation. We should actually pull up the trailer for that. Pull up the trailer for My Baby Is Black.
Is it an actual movie now?
Yeah, it's an actual movie. But pull up the trailer. It's fucking hilarious.
Well, again, that's something that I might get popped for, and then I'll have.
We're not gonna get popped for it. It's a trailer for a movie from back in the '60s.
You might get popped for it.
For like a grindhouse movie from back in the '60s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not gonna get popped.
You might.
Yeah, Frank kind of talks about it that it's kind of manufactured, and yeah, it's like, he talks about the Florida Project. Like, I don't remember. Like, nobody like talks about Larry Clark's films to that extent. No, that's not the trailer. It's 30. That's 35 minutes long. That's not the trailer.
Oh yeah.
Just type in trailer next to it. Yeah, the first one. It's muted.
And nothing you have ever heard before will prepare you for the shock of...
Hey, no!
My baby is...
Damn it!
Holy shit!
In this dramatic, bold story, on the screen.
What?
Are you scared yet? Black guys might be fucking white women. And they might be having babies. Holy shit. And like I said, this was a serious like French film about interracial relationships. But when they bring it to the States back in '61, it's just like, oh, isn't the fact that it's a white woman might have a black man's baby fucking scary?
Is that freaking Jeffrey Epstein?
Who?
No, it's some other dude. Free Patterson exclusive.
Who?
The dude on your dang YouTube thing looked like Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't know. Jeffrey Epstein's dead. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a dude on your YouTube feed who looked like Jeffrey
He's dead and did not kill himself. Always remember.
Right.
Now, I do agree with Frank there. It's just everyone knows about the dang movie now. But I have heard they have lost like billions of dollars in like stocks or something. I don't know if that's true or not. It would be awesome if it's true, but you never know. The boomer signaling is what I don't like. The boomers think they're freaking coming to everyone's rescue, and they're just making everyone look bad. Not that we should just stand by and let freaking child porn be shoved out there, but the boomers, like, it's all these people who are not very accomplished at anything, thinking they can sound like the saviors of humanity by saying, hey, the pedophiles are bad. And it's like, we get it. They just keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. It's like, hey, you attacking those pedophiles by getting on Facebook today? And it's annoying.
It's virtue signaling.
Yeah, and they're the ones that go on about SJW. They do it too, I agree.
Hey, Zach, why did you just call my phone?
Huh?
Why did you just call my phone?
You didn't use star 67.
I know.
Well, it showed.
Yep, it didn't work.
You have to use star 67 if you're going to do that shit.
Right. And now
any film that shows how kids really act when adults aren't around will always draw criticism. Yeah, that's true. Because people still want to maintain the idea that kids are these like innocent little angels. If you think back to when you were a kid,
old in this movie, I mean, it's like a little different. I mean,
you remember how much of a little shit you were when you were 11, and how you thought poo poo pee pee penis and vagina jokes were hilarious?
Yeah, but this is a movie taking 11-year-old girls and having them dance erotically. I mean, I'm not okay with that. I think that should be freaking axed just because it's
how do you,
like you can talk about, but again, that has happened with the endorsement of adults. Toddlers and tiaras have been a thing for
I'm a
long fucking time.
Yeah,
so it's an actual thing.
Why do they need to dance that way specifically? Why are the producers going for that kind of dancing specifically? It's
supposed to be a commentary on it, on the fact that the culture often like pushes kids to be like that.
Specifically,
because they're trying to imitate what they think adults are.
Wait, hang on. You guys have both gotten your say in. So that if an adult needs kids to make their point on a commentary, then they probably need to try harder doing it themselves.
It's like Frank Edler says, watch TikTok. It's loaded with 11-year-olds dancing inappropriately.
No.
I don't think that we should use kids to.
And I get, like I said, you can talk about the ethics of like putting like actual child actors in inappropriate situations, which I do think there's a conversation to be had there, especially in regards to Hollywood, which we already know is full of child predators. But you know, that's a different conversation from saying that a movie framing the sexualization of kids as a bad thing is like a bad thing in itself because it addresses the idea.
I don't think that kids should be used by adults to win arguments. That's basically what it sounds like.
Well, they're trying that's different from like, you know, I don't know, putting your kid on fucking Facebook holding a sign versus like making a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like a movie is an actual like art form, and you can, like I said, you can argue the ethics of having like actual child actors in inappropriate situations.
I mean, when the show is over, you should just look up clips of it and see if you're repelled by it instantly. Because I mean, we're talking about this, you know, frame that it's saying it's a bad thing, but it's the freaking trailers and clips are loaded with it. It's obviously selling it on that, you know, concept.
How do we determine what a sexy dance is anyway? I mean, if it involves touching, like, you know, butt or boobs, I mean, then the kids probably shouldn't be doing that. Yeah,
no, they're doing worse than that in it. That's for sure.
Grinding, that should not be taught. Grinding should not be taught. But then again, you know,
it's just like, I suppose, like, you can kind of like, I think the well was poisoned with it, because if you look up like the Netflix poster versus like the original like French poster, I mean, you can see how like someone at Netflix needs to get fucking fired for that.
It reminds me, didn't we get the freaking Statue of Liberty from the French too?
Yeah.
See, think of it. It comes over here and it's an obvious Freemasonic / satanic symbol. Now, Cuties is just like a thing.
Who cares? It's the Statue of Liberty.
Based on the Colossus.
Who cares if it's a cult? It's the Statue of Liberty. It's an American landmark.
Freemason.
It's an American landmark. It's an American landmark with non-occult symbolism.
No, it's an American landmark with occult symbolism. It is
based on the Colossus.
You're verging on the you know.
This is a well-known fact.
You're on the verge of not even being pro-American anymore if you're going to insult the Statue of Liberty for having quote unquote occult roots.
Well,
just because it's carrying a torch does not mean
it branches out from the Enlightenment. I mean, I'm pro-American, but that thought stream exists. It's just all the Enlightenment onward. We're like the result of that. Not that there's nothing good with what we accomplished. I mean, the Reformation, in my opinion, helped form us just as much as all the other stuff. But this is like the culmination, like this year.
Just because
we were building up to this.
I wish I could get a thought out, because I mean, like,
okay,
that's not something. That's not something people saying like, oh, pedophilia being normalized. No, it's become more taboo as we go along.
Okay, again, I'd like to get this out. Just because the Statue of Liberty is holding a torch doesn't mean it's trying to start a fire. And I mean, you know, we grow up with the significance of the Statue of Liberty looming over us. You know, I think
that's scary.
Isn't it the first? No, it is not. Isn't the first thing that immigrants see the Statue of Liberty usually?
I hope not.
It was supposed. Well, it was when Ellis Island was like the main hub of immigration in the United States.
If you're going to demonize the Statue of Liberty, man, that does not speak well for your. I mean,
they demonized it themselves when they made it. I mean, this is a well-known fact. Now, I'm not saying that like
it doesn't mean that anymore. Regardless of what they meant, it doesn't mean that anymore. We've made it mean something else over time. Just like a Christmas tree does not mean what it may have in some dead pagan religion thousands of years ago. Now,
I agree. We can take it. We can take it back. I'm not saying be anti-American. I'm saying basically where we are right now is this
Statue.
like that. This like is the culmination of that project. I'm not saying every American ideal is bad. A lot of, in my opinion, Christianity has been able to flourish here because of the Reformation. It's just been co-opted, and I think that was kind of known it would happen from the get-go. It's just how, I mean, it's a branch out of the Enlightenment.
I mean, my own problem with the Enlightenment is, like, on its face, it was like a good thing to go against the mysticism that entrenched feudalism, but a lot of like Enlightenment,
that's false,
quote unquote rationality is basically used to justify the entrenched managerial class.
Yeah, well, honestly, there weren't that, like, we're taught it's like a strict dialect or dichotomy of like scientists versus the church, when it really wasn't that. There were a lot more intricacies, and a lot of these scientists weren't anti-church. It's just some of them were, especially writers, fiction writers.
No, I'm just saying that a lot of like feudalism was justified based on mysticism, like the divine right of kings and shit like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying everything with it too, because I mean, obviously, I think the Catholic Church was up to some weirdness, especially like the Reformation shined a light on that. But it's just like a lot of weird parts. It's like not as those people bad, those people good, like everyone likes to paint it as.
Yeah, no, nothing is ever that black and white.
Now the Cuties thing is, though, I'll stay on that. That's like, now the boomers annoy me too. They get on my nerves because they're, again, I mean, and I know a lot of these people on my feed personally, they're not like that special, but they're, by God, they can freaking yell about pedophiles and be heroes.
I mean, here's something. If you're worried about like pedophiles fucking your kids, get off fucking Facebook and raise your goddamn kids.
Well, Zach doesn't have kids.
Well,
yeah, no, I'm not talking about like the
all of us are like, all of us are never gonna have kids.
Right. I'm not anyway.
But that shouldn't be on. Like, that just shows how freaking far we've fallen. It's like we get more fucked up as the years go on. Now we have freaking dang, next to kitty pedophile stuff or porn on freaking Netflix, which is the thing everyone has. And then we're sitting here debating, well, does it mean this or does it mean that? We shouldn't be here in the first place. Like, it shouldn't be a thing.
Oh, it makes you uncomfortable. What do you want to give me your baba and fucking tuck you in?
I'm standing on that one. I mean, you're the one advocating for that. That's the position you're taking. So
yes, I am taking the position that film should be able to address uncomfortable subjects,
but not exploiting kids in the process. That's
why. And again, like I said, you can argue about the ethics of having children in compromising situations in films, but you would have to like throw out a lot of fucking movies if you did that.
Now, I'm not talking about like narrative wise. Like, throw narrative away. Having 11-year-old girls dance like that on film is just freaking creepy.
Again, you're missing. Again, framing is an important thing in films. Like I said, it would be like taking the rape scene out of Irreversible and saying, "Oh, this is promoting rape." No, it's clearly framed as a bad thing.
I know that, but that's like, this is almost like a different instance than that. It's taking young kids who have not probably even I don't know exactly when people go their puberty starts, but I mean, 11-year-olds pretty freaking young. And it just, you can address that type of thing as a bad thing, and you should, of course. But like, this isn't that. It's freaking parading girls in skimpy attire, but then trying to play that little get out of jail free card by saying, but that's a bad thing. The whole freaking popularity of the movie's built on that. No one is going to come to that movie.
The popularity was not based on that. It was sold in France as a serious drama. It's fucking Netflix that tried to put that put that marketing on it, and yeah, somebody at Netflix needs to be fired for that.
Okay, I have a question. Okay, if this is a commentary or allegory or some sort of discussion that this is intended to prod and poke, and encourage, then okay, what is the point? What is the discussion we're supposed to be having that they needed these children to do this for? Okay,
Yeah,
I mean, I haven't seen it, but based on what I've read of it, it's
good or bad.
let him answer. Let him answer. We've got to give each other room and know when to. So go ahead, Ben.
Well, I haven't seen the film itself, but based on like the analysis of it that I've read, it's the idea that when kids have an absence of parents, they act out this way because they're trying to imitate what they think adults are like.
Now it's in real life, it's going to be what they see on TV as other kids doing their age.
What? What are you saying? What are you saying?
You said that the whole like the message they think adults do that. Well, in this age when they can just get on Netflix and see that's going to be what they imitate.
I mean, most kids aren't going to see that on Netflix, but Frank made the point that they probably would see that on TikTok, and yeah, that's a problem with like I said, adults not raising their goddamn kids.
I agree. But again, the boomers need to be freaking the people.
They need to be cold.
Boomers, oh no, not cold. They need to be told that they're.
We need boomer extermination.
Okay, not just. Let's just say Qmers, Q boomers. Everyone who's into Q, they need to be freaking told. They're making everyone who looks into this type of stuff look like freaking morons because Q's put out there specifically for the first people that when they get on the internet and look into this stuff, Q's going to be where they go. Same thing with all the dang, if you get in, when you become a Christian, you look up some of the end times type stuff because you're a dude and think that's cooler. You're going to get these freaking Book of Enoch weirdos and use like freaking anti-scriptural texts and like this stuff is like strategically placed there for the lowest common denominator, and then it gets big like crazy, and that's what the Q people are doing. And it's not just boomers; I've seen other people do it.
It kind of changed the subject. If what they say is true, that the guy who owns 8chan is actually Q. If that's true, then that's the weakest plot twist. That's the weakest plot twist since the Butler did it.
Who?
The guy who owns 8chan. There's been a lot of speculation that he's Q. And 8chan is where like all the QAnon dumps are done.
So he's right. He was right
idea
open then, if that's
yeah, if that's the case. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
I don't know why Q triggers me so much. Like, I think it's just because it's so cringy and it doesn't go as like politically incorrect as it could. And all
Q's not supposed to be politically incorrect. It's pushing like a weird conspiracy.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. I think getting to truths of certain matters will be politically incorrect. And it's for all these freaking people who just want to say the normal stuff. Like, yeah, you can talk about pedophiles all day and everyone's going to agree with you. You're not going to get pushback because of that. And, I mean, I think it's really all there is to say about it. It's just they're doing exactly what the people who are doing bad things in society are like. It's a bait set out for them. They're all flocking to it because at the end of the day, they're not really wanting to get to any sort of cognizant truth. They're wanting to pretend like they're the freaking old blue jean, white tennis shoe wearing hero action movie. It gets on my nerves.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's they want to pretend they're that they're Joaquin Phoenix and You Were Never Really Here. Which,
or the dude in They Live.
Yeah, it's basically an attempt to gamify reality because there's just like no center for most people anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like the idea of like everything is like I don't know, alternative facts, or everything is narrative. There is like no there, so they just like take the idea of like, well, if there's really nothing there, it's like I can do what I want. I can come up with this idea that I'm fucking James Bond stopping like the fucking pedophile rings, and that Trump is doing secret arrests and shit.
I think that's one big aspect of it. But I would say, other than narrative, it's all about identity, and this identity was created for them, and they're just putting it on like a set of clothes. They're not going. They're just not digging deep into it. I've seen some of the videos, and I mean, it freaking blows my mind how it's like. Some of it seems like satire. It's that bad. There'll be like, well, I got on the boards and I saw he's a pedophile. Yeah, I mean, it's really that like low level stuff, and
it's like the thing of like oh, bad things are happening to children. That's like the easiest way to appeal to stupid people in regards to conspiracies. Like it's what like it's like what the Jewish like conspiracies were. Like the idea that Jews were like, oh, they're kidnapping Gentile babies and murdering them, and that's what propaganda during World War I said about the Germans, that they were just like murdering like babies nonstop, and that what the satanic panic was, and that's what Pizzagate was, which is QAnon is basically Pizzagate on steroids.
Yeah, well, the sad thing is a lot of these things have like little nuggets of truth into them, but they get turned into a media sensation, and in this case, a completely inorganic, controlled thing, and in regards to Q, and people are just consistently going to be away from the truth. And to be honest, I don't think you can know the ins and outs of everything that's going on, but the more people are pushed into this, they're pushed into playing out a narrative as opposed to finding their own narrative and finding where they fit in the scheme of things and what they think about things. They're just really LARPing at that point. That's what their identity goes to that. And when I see it, coming at it from a theological angle, it's like they're putting all the emphasis on themselves and their ability to, like you said, be freaking James Bond or something, when they should be, thinking more towards God and Christ, because I mean that's the whole point. But of course they don't do that.
Like going back to what you said about like there's a grain of truth. Yeah, I mean, like pretty much like anybody who's who in Hollywood or Washington D.C. was connected with Jeffrey Epstein, who we know was a child trafficker, and it's pretty obvious that someone had him killed to keep him quiet.
Of course, Weinstein. Everyone's already stopped talking about him. And probably a ton of other ones. Yeah,
and Weinstein, but as far as I know, he only went after like of age women. But
and Daniel Schneider.
Like nothing explicit has come out about him, but there's a lot of accusations that I think are probably true. But yeah, it's just like I mean, like one of the best ways I've heard to think of it is like QAnon is half true. Like the idea that all of the elites are cannibalistic pedophiles. That's true. But the other half, that like Trump is secretly arresting them, is going to be the one that stopped them. No, that's absolutely false.
Yep. Yeah, that's definitely a connecting thread from Q to Skywatch, who I absolutely cannot stand that network. They're
Skywatch?
I cannot stand them.
What's Skywatch?
They're the ones who put all the freaking Nephilim alien hybrid stuff out there, which is so not scriptural, but I don't know. It baffles my mind. I've spurred about it for the freaking past couple Indie Rock Dinosaur episodes with Ken, because he's written entire books about this subject and how they're wrong. And not that you even need to read those books, which I would recommend them, but it's like you could know this right off the bat, like just with checking up on them a little bit. And I just don't get it. It's like they don't get called on it.
Let's see. Yeah, can we talk about Jessica Krug for a little bit? This
Who?
is one of the funniest news stories I've ever seen.
Talk about who? What?
Jessica Krug. You don't know about this story?
No, this is news to me too. Whatever this is.
A professor, who's like who like taught like I think African American history. She claimed to be an Afro-Latina woman, a Black Puerto Rican woman from. What are you fucking giggling about?
I know this
Yes.
story.
Yeah. But yeah, she claimed to be like a Black Puerto Rican woman from
Wait.
the Bronx.
What about baked potatoes? Did you say something about baked potato?
No, she
Okay,
claimed
you're
to be
playing it on thick now.
Black Latina.
Oh, okay, good.
She claimed to be a Black Puerto Rican woman from the Bronx, and it turns out she was a white woman from Kansas City the whole time.
I thought she
Yeah,
was
go to YouTube and type in Jessica Krug Zoom.
I thought she was Jewish.
Well, she's Jewish, yeah, but you know it's up to. I don't know. I think the Jews are white. That's a fucking discussion. I'm not gonna slice and dice.
Type on what? Type in what?
Type in Jessica Krug, Krug, and Zoom. There's a Zoom meeting where she's, addressing like the city council of New York, I think, and like her New York accent is like clearly false, and the fact that she's very clearly a white woman trying to imitate.
Is this a city council meeting or a press conference?
I'm pretty sure it's like a city council meeting for the city of New York.
The students and staff.
No, that's not it.
There
Damn it.
continues
Go back.
to be a
I thought that was it.
No, that's not it. Bring up the search results. I'll point you which one is right.
It says George Washington University.
Bring up the search results. I'll point you which one is right.
Oh, bitch, she's been pretending to be black. That's the name of that video I just pulled up.
Hey, listen to me. Pull up the search results. I'll point out which one I was talking about. Okay?
No, it's not okay.
Yes, it is okay. You listen to me. I rule you.
Say please.
No.
Okay. Good. Close enough.
Okay.
That wasn't
scroll
close
down.
at all.
Okay.
Scroll down. Scroll. Okay. Yeah, right there. Dr. Jessica Krug in New York City.
I also want to call out all these white New Yorkers who waited 4 hours with us to be able to speak and that did not yield their time to
Oh,
black
I
and
remember
brown
this.
indigenous New Yorkers. Their sense of, I thought cops was here to protect us, but I guess they're not. Boy, you think that this sort of like shock and empathy thing is the move. Oh, so a couple of things. You was talking about Che.
Wait, hang on. So this is that girl who said, even for white people to pretend they want to learn about racism, I don't mind. I'm not here to teach you or something. She was real shrill about even that, right?
Yes, exactly. Does that look like a Black Puerto Rican woman from the Bronx to you? Does
No.
that sound like one?
Well, here's the thing. I know of at least one writer who claims they're a person of color, and they look whiter than that. So,
Sean King?
huh?
Sean King?
Oh, I know who you're talking.
Don't
Say
even-
it. Say it.
No,
Say it.
no.
Say it.
No.
Say it.
No, that's the thing.
I'm
I've
tired of
seen
getting-
it.
I'm tired
I've
of getting
seen-
privacy complaints.
No, that's the thing. I've seen like I've actually seen like people who have black relatives who are that white, but like listen to her accent. Does that sound like someone from the Bronx?
was talking about moving against the gang database. What's up with that? Because last I checked, that's still operating. Last I checked, that's still up. You talk about us to show up, been shown up in all these neighborhood council meetings trying to fight gentrification. Ain't nothing changed. And then really talk about
Ain't nothing changed.
Look how forced that sounds.
So,
Yeah.
Y'all heard from a few people who were there, and thank you. Much power to all my honest. Y'all know they're
Wait a
being
minute.
trained.
What happened? Okay.
Wait, does she know that the camera is going, or does she think it's purely audio?
Talking directly to a live stream, I'm thinking, yeah.
I don't get why she's doing that. Like, does she think she looks black?
Like I said before, that I've seen like black people who look that light skinned. I don't know if I I mean, that's another like thing. I've seen people who have black relatives who look that white.
That white? I don't know.
I mean, look up Patrick Goins. He looks like that. But
who did you want to look up, Jeremy?
But yeah, it's like, tell me if that sounds like a Bronx accent. It doesn't. It sounds like someone imitating one. I mean, I could probably do a better Bronx accent just like this. I could do the whole show like this, and you would probably buy it up for the Bronx more than her.
That actually was better.
What do you mean?
You have to put an E. There's an E after the end.
What do you mean?
No, N-E-S.
What do you mean, Zach, when you say, who did I want to...
Take away the E-F. Yeah, that's...
you said to put E-F at the end.
No, there's no E-F at the end. But, like, right there, that's... he's the son of... he's the son of the writer Donald Goins. And, like, look at him. Yeah, he's the son of the black writer Donald Goins. And look, he could easily pass as white.
But who is Donald Goins? What did he write?
He wrote Swamp Man. He wrote well, he was like one of the I'm drawing a blank on the books that he wrote, but he was one of the most famous early black pulp writers.
Tom Morello is in this category too.
Huh?
The guitar player?
Yeah, Tom Morello. What about him?
He's kind of in this category where he looks like I always thought.
Yeah, and what's her name? Nicole Richie. Yeah, she easily passes as white, but she's the son of Lionel Richie.
So which one do I click?
Yeah, you don't need to click on any. You can see his face right there. So he could easily pass as a white guy, but he's descended from but he's descended from black people. So there are people like that exist. So I guess that's why people bought it. But why it seems so baffling is the fact that she would talk in this obviously fake accent.
I mean, it's so sociopathic to watch that. It's weird.
Yeah, like she's like one of the things that she talked about is that she talked about an incident where a teenage gang attacked another teenager with a machete, and she talked about it as if it was like a revolutionary act because I guess like the kid that got killed was working with the FBI or something, which is sociopathic if you're going to talk about kids killing other kids with fucking machetes being a fucking revolutionary act.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
And apparently, like, she had a history of doing things like intentionally, like, starting shit with her black neighbors in her apartment building and things like that.
Let's get her on this show.
She's probably not going to crawl out from under the rock she's hiding under.
Mm-hmm.
She might.
Like, that's the thing. Like, Rachel Dolezal, I think you remember her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and like Rachel Dolezal, I think is just a very deeply troubled woman who honestly believes her own bullshit. Jessica Krug, I think, is like an actual sociopath who was using this for personal gain.
Now, Jeremy Maddox, I'm pretty sure he's part black, right?
No, I mean, got some spice stuck in my throat. But I mean, my father was an illegal immigrant from Mexico, and a lot of times people can't tell.
I feel stupid, but to be honest, I thought you were freaking Italian the whole time. Until
I've gotten that before.
I thought that at first too. Honestly,
I've had people say that say that they thought I was Greek, Italian. I've even had a couple people wonder if I was like part Asian.
I thought Italian too.
But no, my eyes are just kind of small because my my father had a lot of indigenous Mexican in him.
Arzate sounds like an Italian name. I mean,
it sounds Italian.
It's my father was Mexican and Arzate is Italian, specifically from the Basque region, or not Italian, Spanish. It's
Oh.
Spanish, specifically from the Basque region of Spain.
And
Where is
she'll be here
Maddox
pretty
from? Is that
soon.
Irish?
Huh?
German.
What about Anne?
I
No,
said she should be here soon.
Okay.
Where's Maddox from? Is that Irish?
You know, I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I just know that my grandmother's side of the family, she was German, and she came over with my grandfather after World War II. He was a sailor, and you know,
Okay.
he was
And
the
sailors
master.
will fuck anything, so you're probably part sheep. Yeah.
But-
Nagaha, that's definitely
That's
either
Irish.
Scottish or Irish, right?
It is, but Magaha is actually not like my blood name. That was my dad's stepdad.
No, you
so
know
I'm
what?
not
I think
Magaha.
Maddox is probably English. If a few branches back, if I were guessing, wouldn't it be? It sounds kind of like.
There's actually a writer named Ford Maddox, I think. Let me look him up here. Oh yeah, Ford Maddox Ford, an English novelist.
Welsh.
So
Welsh. Maddux is Welsh. So apparently there's Welsh in my ancestry if I were to look back far enough.
The funny thing is that okay, so I am on my grandma was German. I think that my the name of whoever the grandfather was Kavanaugh, maybe. So I might be related to Brett Kavanaugh. You never know.
do you like to drink and rape women?
Who doesn't? Right? No.
Yeah, exactly. That was pretty much like how all of our male ancestors spent their free time. But yeah, for
I am
me, it's
drinking
just like
scotch right now.
for me on it's illegal Mexican immigrants on my father's side and blue collar Finns from Upper Michigan on my mother's side.
Remember what?
Upper Michigan.
Oh.
That's a big part of why I set Elaine in Upper Michigan, because my grandpa's from there, and we used to visit there all the time.
I got a very Silent Hill vibe from that book. I don't think I
Yes,
included that.
Silent Hill was definitely an influence on it.
Oh, Elaine. Yeah, that's what I saw too. From Elaine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you writing any more fiction this year, Ben?
I'm working on a short story sequel to Elaine, which I'm hoping to have out by October,
Why short story?
because I conceived it as a short story. But I'm working on other things, so
Are you going to make the font a certain size to justify making it a book, or are you going to put it in a collection?
I'm just gonna probably do it as like a Kindle single, like I did with the Tomato Garden.
Okay.
I'm going to have a book out hopefully by the end of the year. I'm not sure, though. It'll either be the end of the year or January or February next year.
Why is Anne credited in the Tomato Garden? Did she edit it? Did she give it a look over?
Yeah, she was the editor for it.
Okay. But I mean, it's such a short story. I mean, it's so short that almost like, yeah, I would think that I thought that it was just, the point was right there and that there was nothing else. I mean, you know what I mean?
It's just a Kindle signal.
Yeah.
It's like what Gregor Zane did with tipping.
George Gregor Zane.
What, is he here?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Where?
here.
Where?
Check the thing. We heard
Yes.
him.
I do not see anybody.
Guess because he's up your ass.
Where? Where is
Up your
he?
ass.
Where is he?
He's in your ass.
I do not see Gregor anywhere.
He's
Where are
the,
you looking?
Gregor, you know where Gregor is? Do you know where he is?
Where are you looking?
Do you know where he is?
Yes. I've
No,
been
you don't.
told.
You don't know where he is.
I've been told. So what do you
Gregor is in our hearts.
where yeah, but where are you seeing him to bring
In
it
our
up?
hearts.
No. Where's
in our hearts.
Gregor Zane that you're seeing? Where is that at?
In our hearts.
God, I'm so confused tonight. Hey, it's you.
You have your camera on, so it doesn't fucking work. This is why you don't put your camera on.
Yeah,
I did that on purpose.
Yeah, but yeah, hopefully
Now,
I'll have
freaking
that.
last time I actually had you going, I'm proud of myself.
Yeah, hopefully I'll have that short story out like by October for Halloween.
Wait, so why are you just focusing on a short story for the rest of the year? Why don't you write a novel?
yeah.
Well, because I'm doing like some ghostwriting stuff and plus stuff going on in my personal life, it's hard to concentrate on other things.
The ghostwriting, like that just does not sound fun because, like, I could see it if you did it and you actually got paid good money for it, but it doesn't seem like that could even be a thing these days unless you're writing for freaking James Patterson or someone.
But yeah, but when I finish like the big project that I'm doing now, it's like I'm only taking on like shorter ghostwriting projects because I took on a big one that's taking a lot longer than I expected, and it's just like I can't do this. I just need to finish this and move on to other things.
It doesn't sound like it will be fulfilling at all.
It's not. I'm not making enough for it. So yeah, after this, I'm like from now on, I'm like only like I'm like very heavily limiting what I'm going to do for ghostwriting.
Weren't they erotic books on Smashwords?
Sometimes on Smashwords, sometimes just for people's private use.
Okay, that's creepy.
I know. I mean, I don't mind it, but it just kind of lost the fun because
Who freaking advertises like a job to write erotica for them? Like, it's just weird. What kind of people are paying you?
Obviously, client. I don't know. Well, I don't know what they client privacy. I'll call it that.
Do you actually know them?
Not really. No.
That's creepy, man.
I mean, like whatever. It's just like people's heads are weird places.
Okay, he turned his avatar on, so he's gonna try something here in a second. I just know.
Yeah.
Andy muted. It's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, come in as your dad.
Nope, not trying anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. That was just me. A family member was coming down, so I put everything off.
We'll see the doggy.
You don't want to expose them on stream.
Show us the dog.
I'd have to go up there and get him.
Okay.
Here's just a quick. Were either of you ever like a fan of? Were either of you like a fan of Channel Awesome or that guy with the glasses?
Yeah, he's all right.
No, but I've heard of them. I mean, nah.
It's just like, do you remember that whole like change the channel thing that happened like a year or so ago?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It's kind of funny because because I haven't watched them in a while, and like out of curiosity, I went to the website and I realized like because they like absolutely like bled contributors when the change the channel thing happened, and I've noticed they don't have any new ones, which makes me think they're either actively rejecting new contributors or is just like just nobody wants to come and contribute to it. It's just like the Nostalgia Critic and two other guys. It's an absolute husk of what it used to be.
What did they do? Did they review video games or?
Well, so there were video game reviewers, there were comic reviewers. Like Nostalgia Critic was like the flagship show, but then a bunch of shit came out of what they were doing, and especially came out that.
Wait, it doesn't seem like it was that bad. What did they do?
Well, the worst thing was that, do you know Juwario?
No.
He he was one of the contributors, and he basically raped someone at a convention, and it came out that they were hiding that. So that like completely like blew the whole thing, and it made the people who came up with the document about all of the things they did look bad too, because apparently all of them knew what was happening.
Now you wanted to see the dog. There's the dog.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pupper.
Cute.
Yep, he is cute. He ran away twice, but now he doesn't, and he's fat.
What's his name?
Gizmo.
And you got a bigger one too, right?
Nah, she actually died a couple months ago, but we have another small one.
When are we gonna do that Twin Peaks show?
I need to go back and watch. Not go back. I need to watch Spire Walks with Me, and then eventually, I don't know. It's just like I'm not into it. There are a couple other shows I'm wanting to watch.
What about the Supernatural deal we were going to do sometimes too?
I think that would be a fun video.
Yeah.
The Supernatural TV show?
No. Going through all the various clips on YouTube. Some of them are pretty good, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched Scariest Movie Ever? The channel?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, I get a lot of channel recommendations from him.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty good. A lot of them, they're definitely fake, but they're fun to watch.
Did you ever watch the Supernatural TV show?
No, I'm not gay.
I didn't either. It was I don't know what they call that, but I know that there was like an era where shows like that were like hugely appealing to the Tumblr crowd, and even like on Tumblr there was like this fandom called Super Hulock of. It was like people who were fans of Supernatural, Doctor Who, and Sherlock. I don't know what they would call those shows. Just like appealing to like teenage
CW.
like Tumblr types.
CW shows, basically.
Yeah, everyone was all annoying about Doctor Who. Now, it may have been cool, but just people's attitude toward it made me not want to watch it.
Yeah, I've kind of looked into the history of Doctor Who. It was weird. It was like Doctor Who for the longest time was like something. It was like similar to like what Trekkies would be like in the here in the States. It was just like hardcore sci-fi nerds were the only one who liked it for the longest time. But then they started casting pretty boys as Doctor Who, so it had like a huge influx of a female fandom. And then it just apparently it just kind of died when they decided to cast a female Doctor Who.
Yeah.
I have never watched the Doctor Who shows faithfully, but I'm always up to look through the history of all the different Doctor Who's because of how it's woven into the storyline that he just regenerates every time he almost dies. And I think that I've always found that aspect of it fascinating, but that's all. I don't care about the sidekicks. I don't care about the alien races or clever plots. I just find the backstory of all the different doctors interesting.
The Doctor Who theme song does kind of bang.
It is catchy, yeah, and all the different iterations.
Yeah, it came from the like BBC Radiophonic Workshop, who were like big pioneers of electronic music.
I'm thinking about watching Jericho, and what's that other Carnival Row? I'm thinking about watching it next.
It's got fairies.
It does. I thought it was about like a serial killer in a carnival.
Oh, yeah, but I think the main characters are a human and a fairy.
Might know that.
Like a human-sized fairy, but a fairy nonetheless. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Yeah, like I don't really like watch shows like outside of the Twilight Zone.
I always get bored with the Twilight Zone. I don't know why.
It's because you're a fucking Philistine. Twilight Zone's fucking awesome.
I'm not doubting it. I mean, not. I'm not a Philistine. I'm not knocking Twilight Zone. I just can't like marathon it like some people do.
There are some Twilight Zone episodes that are kind of slow, but overall, I can have fun with Twilight Zone. But the only shows I watch anymore that are currently active are the Castlevania anime and The Boys, which I just finished watching episode 4 of the new season. And seriously, The Boys is amazing, and I like that they're kind of developing, steering away from the comics plots and kind of doing what they want with these characters. It's one of the few times I'm glad they're not being faithful to the source material, because honestly, I don't know that I like the comic books of The Boys as much. I kind of like the way the TV show has managed to do it, and after finding out how character arcs of two particular main characters end up in the comics, I kind of hope that they do steer away from the comics even more, because it's a shitty end for two really awesome characters, if that's the case. And also, Stormfront is a major league bitch, but I originally thought she was a social justice warrior type superhero.
Her name's Stormfront.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As a matter of fact, she is anything but. She basically, beneath the sassiness of the character, she is actually like a really hateful human being. And I without spoiling anything, I'm pretty sure that her end game is that she wants to sire the child of Homelander. I think she wants to have his baby because she probably views him as like the perfect human, and she considers herself the perfect human. This is just something I can kind of see developing, after what she said on the last episode to Homelander at the end of the
I'm pretty sure if the Homelander in the show was anything like the Homelander in the comics, he'll leap at that, because the Homelander in the comics is just like an absolute fucking horny sociopath who makes female members of I can't remember what's the organization that he runs.
The Seven.
Who makes any female member of the Seven suck him off in order to get in.
Yeah, so in the comics, Stormfront is a guy. In the show, it's a chick, and she has been undermining Homelander, the entire way since she was kind of forced onto him as a member. Without the head of Vought International checking with him first, and there's a good reason for that too. I think that she wants to have Homelander's kid, and I'm pretty sure, based on what she said at the conclusion of their last exchange, that's what she's after, because there's a huge twist in episode 4 as to just who Stormfront really is, and we don't know. We're not given any further information as to how she is, who she is alleged to be, as far as this other person is concerned. We don't know all the details of how it got from A to B on that. So it's going to be interesting to see how her backstory unravels.
I mean, I haven't seen the show, but it'll be interesting to see how they handle her, because in the comics, in the end, they just the boys just absolutely stomp the fuck out of Stormfront. And just stomp him into a bloody mash.
Literally?
Pretty much, yeah.
Here's the problem. And what I'm referring to, I don't know that it really matters. I'm going to try not to spoil it, but I'm also not going to dance around it too much. Basically, I won't say who. I'll give everyone interested that much leeway. I'll pay that much respect. But from what I have learned here today in researching the comic, is that two members of the boys, come to very, very violent confrontations, and one of them murders the other. And I don't like that look for these characters as far as what I've seen of them in the show. The comics are pretty awesome, but also I will always see the character of Huey as that son of Dennis Quaid or whatever now, instead of the Scottish main character in the comics. I mean, come on, Scottish people have enough that they do enough hard work just trying to get through their own language, man. Much less become a main character too. On top of it, they spend all their concentration just trying to eke out a sentence proper. I mean, fancy that little bit. Scottish people are insane with their language, man. It's one big clusterfuck of vowels. It's just I can't even. I mean, half the things they say are unintelligible. I'm sorry, Scottish people, but I mean, Kelso. I don't know if Kelso is. I think he's Scottish, but he is one of the few that's actually intelligible when he speaks. What do they call it? A brogue? That's what they call it, right?
Yeah.
Or is that Irish?
I think both of them are called brogues.
Okay. I mean, what's the difference anyway? Are Scottish people just higher up in the mountains?
Ireland is a different island.
Come on, this is not racist rhetoric. They're not races. They're not a race, either one of them. I mean, other than a human race. So I mean, it's not racist. I mean, I'm just legitimately asking, what is the difference between Ireland and Scotland other than location?
There's no difference.
That's what I'm saying.
I imagine if we have any Scottish or Irish viewers, they're gonna like hunt you down and fucking kill you.
If there are any Irish or Scottish people listening to this, and the tone of this, I hope, is taken as lighthearted because it's intended as such. But I would love to hear any explanations, that will give us a better.
I don't think anyone would call that out as being racist, consider they're both white.
I mean, maybe not racist, but both the Scottish and the Irish have been dicked over by the English for years and years and years. So.
Yeah. In fact, to this day, are the Irish not all at civil war? Perpetually, even now.
North Ireland is.
Now, what's the conflict exactly?
Ireland is a separate country. North Ireland is still technically part of the UK, and there's like a huge independence movement who wants to make North Ireland part of Ireland.
And it has spanned several generations, right?
Many. That's where that's who the IRA were. Like back in the 90s, they were bombing English cities without regard.
Mm-hmm. There's Anne sporting the wet hair again.
All I see is a fan. There she is.
Hey.
And what's your take? Should North Ireland be returned to the Irish?
Oh man, did you? Okay, yeah. Can you hear us? Anne?
Nope.
And
oh well.
You know what I could go for right now?
What?
Some freaking hot wings.
That's what I'm eating.
Yes,
Are you
that's
jealous?
right.
You jealous?
Actually, I am. Yes.
You're fucking jealous because I'm getting all these wings and you ain't.
Yep. True.
Aha!
Hey, how are you?
I'm all right.
Have you gone to your book reading book club yet?
No, I'm probably gonna wind up skipping that. I'm having a super busy day. Like, not a bad busy day. It's a great busy day, but I kind of feel like I can't stop working all that long to do things for fun.
Well, don't worry. You won't have fun here.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as this is like strictly intolerable toil, I'll be okay.
What's your opinion? Should North Ireland be returned to the Irish?
After my experiences dating the Irish in Chicago, I think Ireland should just be bombed off the map, actually.
Okay, now the second part of
Did you date any midget Irish who look like leprechauns?
Oh, come on.
Their dicks are shaped like little four-leaf clovers.
Really?
Yeah, like a cat stick, but instead of a spike, it has a shamrock.
Can
Okay.
Can I tell an Irish joke
Yes.
or a leprechaun joke?
Yes.
Okay, so two leprechauns go to a church in Ireland, and they ask the head nun of the church do you have any leprechaun nuns? And there are two leprechauns. Two of them go to a church, and they ask the head nun there, do you have any midget nuns here? And she says, no. Are there any midget nuns in Ireland? And she says, no. Are there any midget nuns in the UK? And she says, no. Are there any midget nuns in the whole world? And she says, not that I know of. And the one leprechaun turns to the other leprechaun and says, I told you you fucked a penguin.
Now, the second part of our...
Where did I hear that before?
It's Harlan Ellison, I think.
Yeah, Harlan Ellison told that joke once.
You probably heard it from footage in Dreams with Sharp Teeth if you watched that.
Yeah, something like that.
But Anne, another thing we were talking about is the difference between Irish and Scottish.
Let's see. The Scottish are cheaper, and the Irish fight more. But they both fight a lot. Maybe
they both drink a lot.
They both drink a lot, so there's not that. I guess just the Scottish are cheaper, and the Irish are spendthrifts.
Here's the difference. The Irish gave us James Joyce. The Scottish gave us Irvine Welsh.
I've not even read Irving Welsh, but I don't want to.
Yeah,
he's awesome.
Nobody wants to. I bet even his wife doesn't want to.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Trainspotting is good. Filth is good. All of his books are good.
Isn't he
So
like
you're just
super
wrong.
generic, or is he like a literary author?
He's kind of in the middle because he's literary, but his books are packed with like dick jokes and people doing heroin and shit like that.
I mean, I've got to admit, I enjoyed Trainspotting. Never read the book. Somebody dragged me to the movie.
The book is good.
Yeah, but I just don't know how I feel about drug memoirs anymore. No matter how hard you try to show the dark side, you can't really show the dark side, and it just,
What dark side?
I mean, the characters like end up neglecting a baby to death.
Yeah, and I mean that's terrible, but they can't. I mean, they're showing you how it feels to be a person in horror watching this asshole junkie let a baby die, and you'd think, well, even if I were a junkie, I wouldn't just let a baby die, because you can't convey you can convey their horrible actions, but you can't convey just how bad doing those horrible things feels, especially when you're like in heroin withdrawal. Not that that's in my repertoire, but I'm extrapolating. And regardless of how hard you try to show the dark side, it's still, this was especially bad in the 90s, now that not everybody considers them an auteur or a movie maker. But in the 90s, since it was in the movie, however nasty their behavior, it was being, glamorized a little bit, glorified a little bit. And I don't know. I guess I should be the last person who's talking about how art shouldn't be morally defacing our youth, but I mean, I guess it's painting a portrait of a certain swath of society, but I doubt like every working class kid in Scotland was a junkie at that point in time.
Hey, speaking of this, what do you think about Cuties? Ben is pro Cuties.
I have not seen it.
I'm just saying, like, we shouldn't be continuing this idea that all art should not make you uncomfortable, that it needs to give you your mama and tuck you in at night.
Right.
11-year-olds twerking on Netflix. I
just don't know what a conversation there is to be had from that.
Well, yeah, that's what I thought, because I saw the poster and I heard the uproar, and some of it was coming from people I respected. So I was like, oh, okay, I guess it's like basically just showing little girls being sexy. and here I am chiming in, giving my 2 cents, but I'm just sharing with you what someone else said. You ever heard of the YouTubers Abba and Preach?
Yeah, the 2 black guys, right?
Yeah, and I started watching them because they did the most hilarious reaction sketch to that time when it was in the Democratic primaries, and what's her name? Elizabeth Pocahontas.
Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, had injected into the news cycle her goofy ass claim that Joe Biden had sexually messed with her, or who was it? Bernie. She was saying that Bernie had told her she couldn't be president because she was a woman.
Oh Jesus!
Like that was her claim.
that was like one of the fucking stupidest things. Like Bernie is like obviously one of the most progressive in regards to gender issues, and like this attempt to paint Bernie as a fucking like sexist monster. Like anyone who pushed that narrative, never listened to them on anything. Yeah, like if sometimes I can be pretty bad at spotting liars in a relationship, but I saw that one. You know, that's a pretty obvious mensonge. And you know, it was just one of those news items that made me go, oh God, this election is going to be a joke and a shit show, isn't it? Here's the mountains. That's why I'm going outside, so I can show you the mountains. Your image is frozen.
Oh shit.
We can hear you, but the image is frozen.
Well, I hope it froze on something good, like Mount San Jacinto. But anyway, you know, it was just one of those irritating things in the news that made me think, wow, this election is going to be a relentless shit show, isn't it? And this, you know, this was even before COVID. Well, I was already in my own personal rape/typhus, almost dying in 2 months shit show. So I wasn't feeling very optimistic to begin with. And I saw this and I was like, I was bummed out. I was like, oh God, the DNC really is like, they're getting to be actually good at lying. So it's almost not funny anymore. You know, I used to be able to use it for entertainment, but you know, they're getting some new recruits who are media savvy, and oh my God. So, you know, I was kind of bummed about it, but then I watched, you know, YouTube just coughed up this Abba and Preach video, and they did this, it's hard to do it justice just by describing it. They did this reaction video to that news item. And when she said something particularly like goofy and sexist and man-hating, they just they cut to themselves laughing for an inordinately long period of time, and like running back and forth across the camera frame, just just screaming with laughter. And then they got a blow-up doll from somewhere. I guess they just have one. And as they're running back and forth, screaming and laughing, they like pick up this blow-up doll and start punting it back and forth like it's a great big sexy volleyball. See, you're laughing at just the description of this shit. Like seeing it was just like, I pissed my pants laughing. It was so funny because they went on so long, you know, to where it stops being funny, but then it starts being funny again.
It's like, that's one thing with like blow up dolls. Does anyone actually own those to fuck those? Like, it just seems like it's just something for like the people owners. It's like, I own a blow up doll. How draw.
Yeah, pretty
Wait
much.
a second. What were you trying to be? What kind of accent was that?
It's a posh British accent, I suppose.
I didn't get any like that reference at all. I'm just like,
I was trying to do Winston Churchill, basically.
oh, okay. Did he own a freaking blow up doll?
No, but he was a pervert, so maybe.
I mean, was he in a frat? He had.
Well, I mean, he liked starving Indian people to death. That's what got him off. Yeah, we lost Anne.
Yep.
The Indian people are starving to death because of a famine that England caused. I'm going to go masturbate to that idea.
I'm still saying that there's not much difference between Irish and Scottish. Okay, there she is.
We're agreeing with you that, Jeremy. You don't have to like just
You're back.
hammer that point home.
All right, cool.
Huh?
Oh, wait, what was I yammering about with Abba and Preach?
So,
Oh yeah, it was Cuties. It was Cuties. I was going to direct everyone's attention to their review of it, even though they were warning against people reviewing movies without seeing them. And I haven't seen it, so I'm like some kind of triple backflip hypocrite right now. But I'm directing you to them. Abba and Preach, ABA. Okay, I think that's enough of an advertisement now that I can get away with just regurgitating their review. Okay, so, it looks terrible. The poster looks fucking terrible, but it turns out they redesigned the poster to supposedly appeal to American audiences because we've all been on the internet a lot longer than Europe has. Like it's just becoming culturally enveloping there. So they figured for us, they needed to really shock the shit out of us. So they did that really sexualized looking poster that looks like you're about to see basically a peep show with little kids. And, naturally, this is why we're all upset, because I think they like highballed our need for extreme stimulation a little bit, like they aimed about a foot too high over our heads, or a foot under our feet, rather. But anyway, Abba and Preach actually watched it, and they said the story isn't like that at all. Yeah, there are disturbing images like that, but they don't dwell on them in the way that the American movie poster does. And the story is actually really touching. It's about this girl her mother is Muslim. She moves to somewhere in Europe, I think maybe France, from the language they were using. And
she's French film, so probably.
Okay. So she falls in with this dance troupe, and it starts getting more and more sexualized, and this little 11-year-old girl is sucked into this internet world that Europe is now being completely sucked into, where, despite her family being conservative and religious, she starts, dressing slutty and going on Instagram and using all these images of her and all this stuff that she's learning from her little buddies in the dance troupe.
The mother or the 11-year-old?
The 11-year-old. The mother she's having trouble because her husband is getting a second wife back home because they can do that, and the first wife isn't always okay with it completely, regardless of what God says. So, the kid's having trouble at home. She doesn't fit in. So she falls in with these like little sluts in training, and they're all posting on Instagram, like French thoughts at 11. So she eventually actually gets fed up with this. And at the end of the movie, she doesn't go back to her mother's religious conservatism. She goes to like someplace in the middle, and she just, instead of wearing, either a hijab or totally slutty clothes, she just wears normal clothes like a little kid and then goes out and plays hopscotch.
Yeah, like everything I've read about the film kind of suggests that it's similar to a Larry Clark film, except not as cynical. It's about, how just what kids will do in the absence of any like parental supervision, and what they will do in that case is very often not always very pretty or comfortable for adults who want to delude themselves to think that kids are totally innocent.
Yeah, so let's just make a movie sexualizing them and like break down all the barriers in society of keeping us away from that and make it normal. But we're talking about it because it's art. Like we don't need to. Why are we even like at that point? Like, it's just.
Well, I think you're having the same reaction that I have to, and I didn't have this when I was younger, but you're having this. It sounds like you're having the same like just automatic disgust reaction that I'm having to movies that show heroin use. And even if it's, like I said about the other subject, even if it's critiquing the heroin use, it's also glorifying it because, yes, it is in a movie, So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that there can't be subversive art, but I still, fall back on that idea that we can have art that's glorifying the good things and, talking about the bad things, but like that's to me, that's the point of like indulging in the bad things. It's like we're still talking about it and saying it's bad to, get around that or that little hurdle, or kind of use that as a get out of jail free card. But we're still like, we shouldn't be even having to address that type of thing. And I'm not saying the world
like I mean, like in a perfect world, we never have to have art that addresses bad things because bad things don't happen. But we don't live in a world
I
like
don't
that.
think making a movie about that is how we should address it. Like, I think the way to address it, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe somehow crack down on like actual child porn or whatnot. I mean, I know
it's not child porn though. They're definitely dressed like little sluts, and it's very disturbing. But it's supposed to be disturbing. Like, you're not. I guess in Train Spotting there was a little bit of, ooh, this is cool. Look at how cool these people are being, even if they're fucked up. But from what I heard in this movie, they're not saying like this stuff is cool. They're saying it's dystopian, and it's not a subversive piece of art. I think you're looking for a different word, but I can't think of what it is. Because in the end, it brings the viewer back to like, this is just normal French life. And if you're having trouble assimilating, you might be tempted to go whole hog on the sex and the drugs, and then you might be tempted to swing back the other way and, start blowing things up for Allah. But what you want to do if you're trying to assimilate into our country is like the golden mean, which has been kind of a mainstay of Western culture since the Greeks, the
director is a woman who's comes from a Senegalese immigrant family, so likely there's a very heavy autobiographical element to it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this might be her story of like how I, swung too far one way and then swung too far the other way and then course corrected and found some place where I'm happy. And yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get
I'm sure if like all of us talked about, like what we were as 11-year-olds in an honest way, it would definitely like get the same reaction Cuties did if you were like honest about what you were like as an 11-year-old.
Yeah, I would still say though, especially to Uncle Void's comment, you're like, yeah, it's not the mirror that is sick if we're like talking about it and it's reflecting society. Where do we go from there? Because we're not going to freaking go the place that we need to go because it's going to be super politically incorrect.
Art is not always like a call to action.
Yeah, but I'll just quit it.
You want to see something?
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to, before the next Quiet Place, I'm going to watch Cuties because I have Netflix.
Hang on,
come back and report on it.
If you want to watch something funny and controversial, check this out. I watched this.
This again.
Eat that ass. Eat the whole ass. She's giving him. It's a human centipede.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
It's a human centipede.
It's not.
It's huge. So anyway, yeah, I can see how you have that like absolutely no you reaction.
Well, it's not necessarily to the. I mean, yes, it is to the movie, and we were talking about it before too. I'm annoyed with the virtue signaling Q people and the boomers as well, but we're at this point where these things, yes, they do happen in society, and rather than addressing them in a meaningful way, we just make more degenerate art about it, and everyone goes on about their lives as kind of like husks with
degenerate art.
Yeah,
what was it the Nazis called that? Something Kunst. Well, Kunst is the.
How about fart Kunst?
Has so much in common with Hitler, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's
like degenerate art. That's automatically what I think of. They had like a whole
kids isn't at all. Yeah.
Yeah, they had a whole like display of what they called degenerate art.
Right.
Well, it's like this. Like this is how it is in my mind. We look at society and it's burning. What do we do? Let's make a movie exploiting little girls. That'll show society. That'll help things. No, it won't. It'll just make things worse.
Again, all art is not a call to action, especially if someone is telling a personal story.
Yeah, exploiting kids is not degenerate at all. Come on.
Don't you fucking mute me, bitch.
I had to.
I will come over there and slap the dick out of your mouth.
It's the only way I can get a word in edgewise. You guys don't step aside like I do for you. You don't step aside for me like I do for you. So
has that been you trying to talk this whole time? I thought I was getting feedback from another channel or something.
Yes,
well, go ahead now.
No, I said
now we're all embarrassed.
I said what I wanted to say now.
Wait, what
Frank
did you want to
says,
say? I missed it.
Frank says Anne looks like she's trapped in a Nine Inch Nails video.
Probably.
That's funny. I
Our
was listening to
whole
Nine Inch
existence
Nails
is flawed.
You bring me closer to God. I mean, like I said, I understand that reaction. I just don't know what I think about it. What I do think is that I would have had a lot more. What's that?
I was going to say I don't sit and dwell on it like a lot of these people on Facebook do, but when asked about it, like I'm like, yeah, we need to move away from it. But there's going to be no real moving away, just more making more cuties.
But again, and like I've kind of pointed out before, this isn't something new. Larry Clark was doing this a lot in the 90s.
I would have actually had a bit more maybe it's in there. I haven't watched it yet. Actually, all of us haven't. Why are we having this discussion? But if it touches on the whole, if they're going to go into sex and religion and kids in Europe, they'd better touch on the Muslim rape grooming gang issue, at least a little bit. I mean, not that I'm here to tell them what they should make art about, but they'd have a better case for the fact that they're trying to better society by, showing 11-year-olds. And we can't even say it. It's so whacked out.
Was that like a big problem in France, or was it really like England where that was a problem because the police were covering it up, or at least not talking about it?
I'm still trying to figure that out. I'll have an answer for you in about a year and a half. No, seriously, I'm gonna have to go there. But
I think the relationship between Muslim immigrants in France and Muslim immigrants in England is different. Like they've been handling it differently.
Right. Yeah. So I don't really know the answer to that question, but it is an issue that Europe is grappling with, and hell yes, people exploiting children is an issue that they need to deal with, but this is another issue that they need to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it is true. It happens in real life, and that should be, the focus. It shouldn't be, we shouldn't be complaining as much about a movie. But the whole thing with it is it does cross that weird line of this being on like a mainstream thing that literally everyone has access to. Like it's just like a reflection of like freaking America's prime time. Is that
the thing is, like I'm pretty sure, I mean, this is like a French drama film. I'm pretty sure that if Netflix had been fucking retarded and used that as like the poster and the marketing that they did, if they hadn't done that, it would have completely gone under the radar and nobody would have said anything.
Well, there are two ways to think about that. One way to think about it is that they did this knowing the Q boomers would do what they're doing. Although
I don't know if they knew, because I'm pretty sure like a lot of like the marketing on Netflix is pretty out of touch.
Well, think about it though. If they thought that this wasn't going to be a problem and that that's perfectly normal and acceptable, that's freaking worse.
Yeah, in a way that's worse. I do agree with that. And I still say that the people who did the initial marketing for Netflix need to be fucking fired.
Yeah, I mean, I would question even bringing that movie overseas. It's clearly very intimately tied into the way that French people deal with sex, which is different in the United States, and we just see things differently. And I really don't know why Netflix paid to run this movie on their streaming service.
I mean, yeah, it
As
does
they
seem like
said.
something.
Feeling that like
It does
what
seem like
is that?
something that would have run on, I don't know, Canopy instead of Netflix.
I've got a feeling like we're saying that they are, more hedonistic, and that's true. But even someone like Henry Miller, like let's go back to Tropic of Cancer.
I wouldn't say
way back
hedonistic, but yeah, France is like more open about artwork that discusses sexuality.
Yeah, I'm just got a feeling like the pioneers of that. Not that that's a thing that is really you really have to pioneer. Like I would say, it's going the other way. Like say, Henry Miller did Tropic of Cancer, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was I'm pretty sure he was American, but he lived in France for a while, and he originally Tropic of Cancer wasn't available in the US and the UK because of its content.
Yeah, I would even say that someone who's experienced censorship because of that type of thing in his writing, he would look at that and think like, okay, freaking wait, multiple years down the road. I don't actually know how old he is. Or he was in the.
He's dead.
Yeah, I know he's dead, but
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't think anything of it because, like I said before, pedophilia is not something that's become less taboo over time. It's one of the few things that's become more taboo over time.
Probably because it's becoming more profitable for people like Epstein.
Have you ever seen the movie Child Bride?
No.
That was a Hays Code movie that came out. It was an exploitation film about child marriage in the Deep South, but it was obviously trading on putting a young girl in sexual situations, including an extended scene where she swims naked. But it was able to get away with that in the 30s when it came out because it had a quote unquote moral message about child marriage. But that was something that came out that would never get released now. Even cuts that are released now cut out the scene where she's swimming naked because it's because they're worried about it, bumping up against being child porn.
So, how about we go with a different, more cheerful topic? Because obviously, this is bumming us all out, unless we're going to figure out how to solve it right now. What about that Nobel Peace Prize nomination?
Wait, who just came in? Who are you?
No, I think.
Yeah, it's me.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Void, Void, is that a true story? In the chat. Or is he being
that can't be true.
Okay, all right. Anyway, I was trying to say something, and then I looked and saw I was muted. I don't remember doing that, but
that was me.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, don't worry. You don't have to mute me to not hear what I'm saying. You talk over me all the time anyway. So, what I was going to say was that I think enough people have made it an issue that made people aware of it, made it a part of the zeitgeist and whatnot. Instead of filming this shit happening, how about actually doing something about it, stopping this shit from happening at this point? Because there have been plenty of opportunities to discuss this shit. Start doing shit about it to save kids,
I agree.
You know how we should start?
How?
Kill Bill Clinton. Kill everyone that was on the Lolita Express flight logs.
I'm not going towards any of that rhetoric. I can't do that.
You fucking pussy. Is this like it? Zach, do you agree with me?
About killing Bill Clinton?
And everyone that was on the Lolita Express flight logs.
I mean...
Pussy!
You have to know that they did something before you say kill them. But they need to be
kill them.
Investigated, yes.
They all deserve to be killed for one reason or another. They're all rich fucks.
Everybody deserves their day in court.
Are you drinking again, Ben?
Yes.
Yes. What am I not drinking?
He's on this show. He has to.
Yeah, I have to get through this shit.
Why are we doing this?
So Mike, we haven't. It's been a few weeks since we last spoke. What are you doing? Are you working on anything publishing wise, or just for fun, or what? Got a new job, or what?
Same job. Just I'm still writing a little bit here and there. I found like a short story collection I had started like in July, so I'm kind of editing that, seeing what I can put back in there, take out of it. That's about it.
Okay.
Nothing publishing wise, but I don't think I haven't even thought about publishing anything yet.
You read anything good lately?
I started a weird book, which is about a guy who actually dies, and then the story picks up through events in his life where he realizes that he's a complete and total failure, and like everything he does doesn't matter. He's just he has nothing to show for his life at all. So I'm just kind of piecing that together, seeing where I can go with that.
You're reading this, you said?
No, I'm writing it.
Oh, okay. Have you read anything good lately, though?
I started reading Jim Carrey's book, which it's interesting.
Oh, Carrey as a biography?
It's not really. It's like a fake autobiography. It's very weird the way that he structured it, because he's written it with himself as a character. And it's like an autobiography based on fiction, which sounds like it wouldn't work, but it kind of works. It's extremely dark and weird.
What does he have to say about his dead girlfriend or wife or whatever in it?
He hasn't actually. That's the thing, is like it's not a real biography. It's actually you have to figure out for yourself what's real and what's not real. So everything in it could be real, but most of it's fiction.
Well, here's the thing. We've seen that before with accused killers, and you know what it was called? If I Did It by O.J. Simpson. So, I
read that.
I've read some of it. I'm not saying Jim Carrey did ice, his significant other. I'm just saying that the last time that approach was, made, it
right.
was with OJ. I don't know the whole story with Carrey's lover being murdered or dying or whatever, but if you have to jump through a hoop that crazy, it seems like you are trying to be inventive about covering something up.
Well, yeah, for a while there wasn't he like certifiably insane for a while. He just like the beard and like the weird interviews that he was doing.
He did go away, just like Joaquin Phoenix did, just like Kanye did, just like who else? Britney Spears. A lot of these celebrities, man, and Charlie Sheen too, for that matter. Yeah, a lot of these celebrities, they they're
getting programmed.
Well, maybe and maybe not, but they definitely have some sort of psychotic break. Some constantly being in that intimate zone of me on that level of stardom. I think that it would be harder to not break.
Oh yeah,
with all constantly being in touch with me, and like me is this separate thing from you because you're a celebrity,
While constantly doing uppers.
Yeah,
that helps.
Speed alone can make you schizophrenic, even if you're just sitting in a dump by yourself.
Adderall and like phentermine and stuff like that. Those are the only kinds of drugs where I am not if I take
phentermine doesn't do anything to me.
Really?
Well, when I first started, it kind of, because I do it freaking try to get more energy and work out and stuff. It's kind of like a health thing, and it works for a while, but it's not.
You build balance. You do both. Yeah, but I mean, it's not. That's one of the few that I've not acted like myself, and in fact, have actually degenerated mentally a little bit every time I have, because, well, I mean, first off, it makes you thirsty in a crazy way where you can drink 3 bottles of water in 15 minutes and still be thirsty if you do it for long enough. And also,
it makes you not eat though. That's a good thing.
yeah, but you can't taste things when you do eat, and that's a major drawback. That's one of the great joys of life.
I didn't have that problem with it.
And also, you didn't, huh? Well, and also, I rambled on it to a horrifying degree. Like I would.
How many were you taking a day?
No comment.
Yeah, I only take like 1 in the morning. That's it.
That's way above the recommended. Okay. Anyway,
He was like on a bottle probably a day. Like, in the morning you wake up, pop a whole entire bottle.
It's gonna freaking kill your heart.
Right. Well, fuck, I gotta go do shit. Yeah. Fuck, I gotta do shit. Give me the bottle.
I'm saying that is the worst. The uppers are the worst kind to do. I mean,
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine taking more than 1.
Yeah.
right.
No.
Well, you shouldn't. So don't ever do it.
So, what did you guys think about that interesting Nobel Prize nomination this week?
What, Donald Trump was nominated?
Yeah, did you guys not know that Donald Trump was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize by 2 separate nominators? And
Well,
at first I was
That's
like,
surprising.
I just have never really cared about the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, it's a goal that is not attainable in reality anyway. World peace, and I don't particularly desire world peace. There are times when there should be aggression between 2 different nations, and I don't know why. I realize that that's part of Trump's character. Me being a supporter, or at least one that is tolerant enough to vote for him because there's no other choice. I don't know why him and others are so caught up on these like accolades that they can put to their name, like he probably saw president as to begin with, and like he's probably seeing the potential for a Nobel Peace Prize. All these accolades that you can put on, cross off your bucket list. I don't know why they matter.
I mean, nominating Trump for Nobel Peace Prize is not surprising. I mean, they gave one to Obama, and he committed an extrajudicial killing of an American citizen.
right, amongst other bombings. I was thinking about that, and my first thought was, oh, the press is going to either ignore this or go absolutely apeshit insane. But then I thought, it's not part of his image, but objectively speaking, Trump deserves a Nobel Peace Prize way more than Obama does. Or did.
I imagine
But
I imagine that if he doesn't get it, he's probably gonna throw a fit, even though he never cared about getting one in the first place. Not start bombing, just put out a tweet storm. It's just like, Nobel Peace Prize is a fraud. I deserved it more than the person who received it. I'm the most peaceful president of all time. No president has been more peaceful than me.
But the thing is, I think he's going to get it, because I was thinking about it. I was like, man, our president just got a Peace Prize a few years ago, and yeah, they gave it to him before I think before he was even in office, or was in office for very long, and then Al Gore got one for some reason, and Jimmy Carter got one. Jimmy Carter got one just for not starting any new wars, and then I realized, you were just saying they like all these accolades. I was thinking, holy shit. They're trying to bribe America into not bombing somebody. We get this participation trophy just for not starting a new war.
Why did Jimmy Carter get one?
Because he was the first American president in X number of years who hadn't bombed anyone, or hadn't bombed anyone new.
Wow.
That's what my half-assed conspiracy theory is. They're using. There are definitely people who deserve the Nobel Prize way more than Obama or Trump, but they're using it to try and appease American presidents into not bombing everyone.
It maybe it is a political weapon. Yeah, maybe that's what it is now.
Because I'm looking back, I'm like, holy shit, a lot of our presidents have gotten this prize. That's kind of funny for like a nation that's just constantly deciding to bomb shit. And then I was like, oh wait, that's not ironic. They're doing this on purpose. I mean, they thought Obama was a stand-up guy apparently because they gave him like an advance Nobel. That backfired.
Yeah, I think even one of the people who nominated him came out and said that they regretted it.
Like, you should have dangled it in front of his nose for like 4 more years, idiots.
Well, who would you nominate for it?
For the Peace Prize?
Yeah.
I do remember, like, when Obama was nominated for the Peace Prize, some of the people competing with him were some Chinese political prisoners, a group that was dedicated to cleaning up landmines after South American military conflicts, and a doctor who had dedicated his life to victims of I think wartime rape. So those were the candidates that they passed over to give it to fucking Obama.
So who would you give it to, Ann?
Who would I give it to?
Yeah.
Well, I'm guessing I'm with the majority of human beings when I say, considering how shitty my year has been, I think I deserve it because I haven't killed any of you motherfuckers.
Good answer.
You know what? I was eating some cereal this morning and I found a Nobel Peace Prize in it, and I was just like, what the fuck ever.
It was like that noose I found in my Trader Joe's Odie's. I'm not kidding you. There was a noose in my cereal. I was like, did I push aside Jesse Smollett on my way into the grocery store and grab the box of cereal he was supposed to get? Oh.
Who was the guy that actually like said there was a noose or something, and it turned out to be like a cord for a garage door or something?
Oh, that
the NASCAR shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that NASCAR guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was stupid.
The cynic in me thinks he looked around and went, I think I'm the only black driver here. This is the year to make my retirement money. Of course, the non-cynical part of me. Oh, wait, that's cynical too. Never mind. The slightly more broadly cynical part of me thinks that everyone is such goddamn idiots that someone in there genuinely thought that the door pull was a noose.
Didn't Bono from U2 also get the Peace Prize once? As lame as that is.
Really?
It sounds like something he would get.
It was before he wrote the Spider-Man musical. I'm pretty sure they revoked it after he did.
I think there was an Evil Ernie musical too.
Yeah, but that wasn't as disastrous as the Spider-Man musical.
It was Evil Ernie Ice.
Like 4 or 5 different stuntmen were put in the hospital because of the Spider-Man musical.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about the Evil Dead musical?
I mean, that doesn't have like people doing acrobatics in the air around the theater.
It should.
Yeah, there you go. That's how you get asses in seats right there.
But the Spider-Man musical was like so expensive that like literally every person in the United States would have to see it twice in order for it to make a profit.
Whoops.
Oops.
Actually, while we're talking about what's in the news, how many of you here have heard about Conor McGregor's latest headline?
Isn't he the dang UFC dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Well, attempted sexual assault, allegedly.
Wow. That does not surprise me with Conor McGregor.
Well, yeah. Same girl that he proposed to a month ago, if I'm understanding right. And his lawyer had an interesting statement about it. And of course, I've never been a believer in the Me Too movement. I think it's very opportunistic and shrill and evil. I don't believe that there's that many women, that this is like an entire, epidemic of. Oh, I didn't even know you were gone, Ann. Anyway, let me pull up his attorney's statement because he denies it very emphatically. But I could kind of see Conor McGregor, based on what I've heard and seen of him trying to assault a woman. I don't know. Call me crazy. The guy who threw like a pole through the windshield of a truck or a bus, I could kind of see him doing it.
I mean, there's one UFC fighter, I can't remember his name, who wrote a memoir about himself, and he talked about having sex with a 13-year-old when he was in college and shit like that.
Why would you admit that?
Because he's a fucking shithead.
Wow.
He's an awful person.
Something tells me most of those MMA guys have had sex with underage girls. It just seems like...
What does that mean?
Well, because I think that most of them are so like primal, like, and into, self-indulgence that it would be something to cross off their bucket list, and instead of something that, just kind of happens. I would think that they would be thinking about it in very grunt-like primal caveman terms,
That's a freaking scary idea for a horror novel, that ain't caveman pedophile.
Tight pussy.
That'd be like off season.
Right. Yeah, something tells me all those MMA guys are just like, tight pussy. I want. That's
Man, and I thought I was cynical.
Oh, God.
But yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of like UFC guys who are just like complete sexual deviants because they're complete meatheads who will just stick their ding-a-ling in anything that will let it in.
Yeah.
If I were their roommate, I would get a Venus flytrap.
Just like looking at that is just like, I know I shouldn't stick my dick in that, but I'm gonna.
What's the worst that could happen?
Oh yeah, take it, you slutty little fucking plant.
Wait a minute, my dick dissolved.
Who's your daddy?
It's just like get a VCR and it's just like leave them alone with it.
Yeah. Gonna film this action. Come here, you little dirty slut. Take it all for daddy.
Live stream it.
You're a dirty little
VCR,
aren't you?
Yeah, your last thoughts while you still had a dick would be, so do I pull my dick out of here? Or do I just pretend this was a joke until the live stream is over?
Here's the statement from his manager. I am irate and putting out a warning loud and clear. Conor McGregor is not and will not be a target for those seeking to score a headline or a payday. So he sounds like his convictions are strong that Conor is innocent of this charge. But like I said, I can kind of see it with an MMA guy who has thrown, something through the windshield of a bus because his opponent was on board. I mean,
I don't want to think it's true, but at this point in my life, and if you want to talk decadent, the utter decadence of the media's ability to not lie about literally almost everything, I'm going to have to reserve judgment till I Google it.
Mm-hmm. But boy, if it's true, I mean, I'm pretty sure Dana White's not going to keep him around, no matter how much money he draws.
Yeah, well, you can get a good divorce settlement if you're breaking up for reasons that he's putting his dick in children.
Yeah.
Also, Tyson's coming out of retirement. I don't think any of you guys are boxing fans, and I imagine you're not either. But Tyson's coming out of retirement for a tune-up match, basically an exhibition.
How old is he?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he was already a champion when I was a kid, and I'm practically in a wheelchair. So,
Yeah.
Jesus.
He's actually pretty young still. He's only 54.
That's what I thought.
I will turn his horn into mush and I will eat it with a spoon.
His opponent will be the also aging Roy Jones Jr., who is 51. He's only 3 years younger than Tyson. So yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's
Sorry.
They're at that age where they can get hit in the head a couple of times. They'll be fine. You know, they're going to eat pudding anyway pretty soon.
Yeah, those are both household names, but it's not going to be a prize fight. And there's, it's just, like I said, just kind of an exhibition. So some people may not be as interested because it's not in keeping with, any kind of, it's not for any kind of, title. And so that turns a lot of spectators off sometimes,
I don't know, man. It's Tyson. He's a draw.
Right. Yeah. The first
He
time
won't hear me when I bite off his ear and eat it.
I'm going to eat his children.
His children may be adults, so they're a little, like, a little too, they got a little too much muscle, and they're not, like, foiled like they were before, but I'll still eat them.
Am I the only person who's noticed that we segued way too smoothly from the Nobel Prize into boxing?
Wow.
That's the way this show goes.
Yeah, it's like, oh, fuck peace. Let's talk about fights. Wow, that is a sharp. Yeah. What else is on our minds here? I guess if you want to bring into Zach, it's fine, but it will probably be very awkward. But with all the like vastly differing personalities, like I said, sometimes they cancel each other out. Like,
I've already sent him the link. I don't think you know.
I don't think he's. We were talking about anything that he's interested in, but yeah, and Phoenix won't be here tonight, but I did want to talk about some stuff I've been reading here later. It doesn't have to be right now, but I don't know what else is going on. What else is on our minds?
Why don't I go into what we've read?
You want to?
Yeah.
Wow, that does not sound like an enthuse you want to. But
it is.
I've just been drinking.
I just didn't want. I just don't have my notes together, and so I may not even remember some of this stuff. So.
Oh, okay.
Anybody else go first?
Zach?
Heck, what did I read? Okay, so I finished the Bible last week. This week I read a theology book that was a Lutheran and Orthodox dialogue, and it freaking destroyed my brain. And I think it was Salvation in Christ, a Lutheran Orthodox dialogue, and it was pretty good. Then I also read about, actually for a book club, about half this kind of philosophy book on Ecclesiastes. But the Lutheran Orthodox dialogue, it was freaking intense. It makes me more firm on the Lutheran position, but it gets pretty complex when you get into those a lot, like specifically theological terms.
Like what?
Like talking about theosis and synergism, and then that contrasting with the Lutheran viewpoint where they go down and they're like, yeah, that one, like super specific about everything. Yeah, I definitely think the EO was off a little bit. I think the Lutherans won that round. The thing about the Orthodox, they'll freaking give you paragraphs among paragraphs explaining nothing. And I think it's because they didn't develop a coherent theology. Like they kind of did, but the church is so old, they go off tradition, which is cool, but there was kind of an innovation in like systematic theology that happened with Luther, and the Orthodox seems to have just been continually behind that. And the same with Romans. They are not with like the Roman Catholics. They get kind of annoyed that the Protestants have actually done more than they have. I think, like they think that they should have authority over it when they just didn't spearhead any of it. It was all started in the Reformation. It was interesting, though, definitely.
What happened to a Confederacy of Dunces? I thought you were reading that.
Theology and philosophy took over. I actually need to get back to reading fiction. I've just been on kind of a nonfiction binge for a while.
Does the main character of a Confederacy of Dunces annoy you as much as he did me?
I've not really started it to say anything.
The main character of Confederacy of Dunces is basically Zach, except fat.
Very picky and mercurial and like very hard to please and also kind of whiny. I felt. I mean, those I'm supposed to take that away from it, right?
Right. Yeah. Like it's one of those comic portraits, you know.
And he has fantasies about fucking his dead dog.
Yeah, can't leave that up.
I forgot about that. I don't remember that. Nobody ever talks about John Kennedy O'Toole's other posthumous work, Neon Bible. What's that?
Well, he actually wrote that before Confederacy of Dunces, but it didn't get published until after he had passed away.
Well, I mean, is it not? Is it just not that remarkable? Is it not?
I don't know. I haven't read it yet, but I've heard people say that it's good. It's just that O'Toole never had anything published when he was alive. Everything he had written was written after he had committed suicide.
Yeah.
Wow,
I actually got that one too. I got it. Actually borrowed all of it from my friend.
What about Ken Ammi's book you were reading, 50 Shades of Grey Aliens?
Oh, that reminds me. There's another Ken Ammi book that I actually read for preparation for a show. It was called In Consideration of the Books of Enoch. And the main reason I read it is because I kept having Facebook run-ins with these people who are super, that one. They're just like a weird off-branch of Christianity these days. And this is mainly what Ken and I spurred about a lot, is they go based off this apocryphal book, canon, but they use it they go off the freaking deep end with this conspiracy stuff. And they end up, their theology's horrible.
The cosmic Christ is going to appear in a...
No, that's Gnostic.
Sorry, I can't reach my headphone to get it out of my ear. I can't hear what you're saying.
No, a lot of these people will be hardcore, saying Christians should be under Mosaic law, which is just freaking stupid because they haven't read Paul in the New Testament at all. But they've read freaking Enoch, which isn't even scriptural and even flat out contradicts scripture a lot. But then they'll be like, oh no, it's prophecy. We need to know.
Wait a minute. There are legitimate books in the Bible that contradict each other, though. I mean, I think
that's false.
Yes, it is.
No, it's false.
No, they do contradict each other.
They do not.
That does not mean that God is not the supreme one. I'm just saying that
that's not. You got to understand the systematic theology.
Hang on. There's information.
I don't want you to go to hell.
I'm not. Okay, there is information that is not present, and so it appears that it's contradictory. I am not going to go to hell. I'm a Baptist.
That was a joke, but no, there's not.
I'm a Baptist, and you are a Lutheran, and you're not going to influence my.
That was a joke, Jeremy. I'm not trying to.
Well, I mean, but I know you what you really think. You really do think of me. I know that.
No,
yeah.
I was saying that I don't even know what I was saying.
Well, that's one thing is I'm almost 100% certain that Ken Ammi said that he was a Jew for Jesus, a Messianic Jew when he came on our show.
Yeah, he's like an ethnic Jew, but he doesn't go to a Messianic Jew church. I don't believe he might. I think he's Calvinist or something like that. But just kind of like a normal church. I mean, he might go to something like that. I'm not really sure.
Okay, let me test this one out on you, Zach. Did there have to be some inbreeding in order for the family for future generations of human beings to branch out? Didn't there have to be some inbreeding at some point?
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with that. I mean,
you just accept it. That's not.
So we accept incest is okay in when it's the beginning of the human race, but not any other time, right? Which is fine. I'm not trying to justify him breeding. I'm just saying. So it's okay for.
Well, there seems to be like a change, especially like physically. I mean, I don't really know how to answer that, but we started off a lot more purer, and it didn't like we kind of devolved in a way to where now we'll be all screwed up and stuff. But it's never considered like a good thing. Like,
what if
it's not
the de-evolving? That's probably from the inbreeding, right? I mean.
I mean, I don't really know. I mean, if you think about it, technically it would all be inbreeding. But as far as like I'm pretty sure there are laws against that. I might be thinking about that, but I mean, it's definitely not looked well upon.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, technically, if you're going all the way back to Genesis, then yeah.
I mean, it had to be done.
It had to, but it goes away over time, though, and it's not looked upon as like acceptable now.
Yeah.
You should read some of Zechariah Sitchin's work and tell us what you think about it.
I would just go to ZechariahSitchinIsWrong.com, which actually exists, and Michael Heiser's all into that.
Yeah, the idea that aliens seeded the human race. Okay, well, who seeded the aliens that seeded us, if that's the case?
I've read through some of that stuff. It's so stupid. Like, they'll take all these visions and be like, oh, you see that angel, that's an alien. I mean, it's just really dumb stuff.
I tend to believe that some of these aliens, if they exist, are fallen angels. That makes total sense to me.
That's what I believe they are.
Mm.
Because, I mean, if you read through all, and this is like, I mean, I'm not like making some big claim now. A lot of people, even the Hynek dude who did, Project Blue Book and that book, Hynek's UFO Report or whatever, he eventually came to the conclusion that he doesn't think that they're extraterrestrials and are in fact like these like vision producing things. But yeah, all alien abductions like mirror the whole like demonic possession like mythos completely.
Mm-hmm.
I've been kind of curious to read like Val Valerian's work only because his books were an inspiration for Jedi Mind Tricks. It was one of my favorite hip hop groups, but his books are like impossible to find.
Yeah. What was that, Zach? Before we get to Ben, what was that other book you were gonna mention?
Oh, I mentioned everything. The Salvation in Christ, that one took me a while to get through just because it was dense. The are fun to read. I don't agree with them on a lot of things, especially the main like focus of justification. I definitely think the Reformation nailed that on the head, and Rome and the old churches they've kind of been mad about that ever since. But
and dropped again, right?
We can't tell.
I don't see her. Maybe she'll be back, hopefully. But so that was all for you.
Yeah.
Okay, Ben, you wanna go?
Well, I just want to say the other thing too. That was a joke. I wasn't saying you were going to hell. That was like completely a joke. It
sounded serious. I thought it sounded serious.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to like be provoking you in any way. That was just like saying never mind.
Well, I mean, my point is that there are things there are things that are left out of the Bible that maybe I think it's possible God did intend to go in, but humans in their failings, did not include them. you know, and some of that could be information that makes it appear as if, you know, there is contradictory info in the Bible, like the land of Nod and Adam and Eve and stuff like that. Things that atheists point to as when they claim that we're just magical thinking, you know, it makes us look bad. Information that is perhaps withheld or we're incapable of fully comprehending in any way, stuff like that, you know?
Well, there are definitely things in there that go beyond our comprehension, especially when you get into like the nature of communion and then the nature on certain things related to salvation, and then the concept of justification, which is what Lutherans really, or Luther, I'm not just going to say Lutheran. I mean, all churches nowadays have pretty much followed that tradition that he set forth of really, like, I guess, systemizing it. But they don't contradict. It's really hard to put it in words. It's like there's a system there, but we can't really grasp it fully, especially like, again, getting back into the communion stuff. But it's a different type of thinking. You can't really, it's hard to get into. I'm definitely not skilled enough to get into it yet.
Man, that was one of the questions that me and my classmate in, Catholics get. Why can't I come up with the word for the ceremony now? We get confirmation. You do it when you're a teenager. You have to study. It's like being an Eagle Scout. But there were only two, like, there were not a lot of Catholics around where I grew up. It was mostly Lutheran. So there were only two of us in this confirmation class. And we used to just torture the priest because everybody knew he was a drunk and everybody knew that he was sleeping with his housekeeper. But then he'd stand up.
Wow.
Drunk
That's what I love about religion.
Like the garbage man knew that he had a huge pile of vodka bottles behind the church every week when he came to collect the garbage. He wasn't fooling anybody. But so, we felt we probably wouldn't go to hell if we just tortured him with stupid questions all the time. And I mean, obviously we asked him if he believed in ghosts, but our favorite one was, okay, so one of the 10 commandments is thou shalt not kill. And he's like, yeah. And we're like, okay, so that means cannibalism is wrong, right? Does it say that in the Bible? And he was like, I'm sure it says it somewhere. We were Catholics, so we didn't actually read the Bible. But, but so then we'd be like,
yeah, it's a good point.
Well, if you're not supposed to eat people, why do we eat Jesus?
I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know about Protestants, but Catholics, like, believe that, like, the bread and wine literally becomes the body and blood of Christ.
Yeah, well, yeah, the Catholic and the Lutheran viewpoint on it's the same but different. They believe that it's like we believe that it is the body and blood, but we don't know how and we don't know why, other than it does, like, brings you into communion with God and helps you be spiritually strong and whatnot. They take it in a really weird view and view it as like kind of like an Old Testament sacrifice, like they're sacrificing Christ again or symbolically doing it or something. I've heard that sometimes they'll even have it in like a cage, or the communion stuff in a cage, and like think about it as like Christ like in a cage or something, which weird.
I think they call it transubstantiation.
Yeah, transubstantiation is becoming the body and blood. So we do believe that it does, but we don't know. Basically, that's a thing Lutherans do a lot. We don't question it. It's like you could be wrong in a million different ways.
Well, for the Roman Catholic Church in the early days, it totally makes sense. I mean, if you're a new religion and you want to gain followers in Rome, you gotta sacrifice something and eat it.
Yeah, even though I wasn't Catholic, I actually did go to a Catholic school when I was a kid. And we would have to go to mass on Wednesdays as part of that. There was one kid who, when he took communion, he would eat chew it with his mouth wide open. It was pretty clear that the wafer that went into his mouth while he was chewing it did not become meat.
Yeah, that's what Lutherans say too. They say it's both like at the same time. Like we don't know if it's like a spiritual. I mean, it's you just can't really like it's one of those things that's not explained a lot. The one thing though, especially going back to prove that I was joking to Jeremy, is that like you get into the justification stuff, like you don't have to worry like that much about like going to hell and whatnot. Like I mean, it's not that you don't keep things in your mind and just sin like crazy, but it's like a lot of Catholics seem to be like on edge all the time, thinking that they have to do like a whole lot more, and just kind of that kind of complex seems to be what drove the Reformation.
I guess that's one thing Catholics have in common with Jews. They feel guilty all of the time.
Yep. I just from their behavior, when I first meet somebody, I can tell that they have to be either Jewish or Catholic. And then they'll usually tell me which one they are in just the course of conversation, because we can't shut up about it either.
Yeah, that's the thing that really especially attracted me to Lutheranism was like, you know, Luther did point out like all the peace and joy that comes with it, which completely, you know, wasn't how, you know, the Catholic view was. Because it's like once you get saved, like works go forth from that, you don't have to like start like kicking yourself about being better. It's like it really is, you're supposed to have a happier mindset and not be like that was the whole thing with Luther breaking his monastic vow and then marrying a nun later on, was like the Bible's very clear. It's good to get married and have kids, and that, you know, the only actual, you know, that helps satisfy, like the urge isn't like you take care of it, that puts the urge to use. You don't have to like beat yourself up about the urge and like repress yourself sexually like a weirdo.
Well,
I
unfortunately,
mean, maybe I'm misremembering, but didn't one of the apostles state that it's preferable to never have sex at all, but if you have to, you should get married?
Yeah,
that was the one apostle who was a bitter incel.
Well, that's kind of though that's kind of what I lean on, because I basically have no libido left, and I may look.
Wait,
I may
you've taken so many pills, it's gone. You
No,
just
it's
take
not
the pills.
No, I mean, no, it's not that. I look and, you know, and think, but I mean, it's like nobody would like, I wouldn't be satisfied like letting anybody into my living space, you know, enough that there's nobody that would be worth sacrificing my privacy for. And so I kind of lean on that Bible verse or whatever that says, you know, man is blessed if he does not need, you know, companionship.
Yeah, I do agree with that too, because it's not like, I think a lot of people today, like they make, you know, everything sexual out to be like on a pedestal, which is, I think it's just a really backwards, weird way of thinking. I'm not saying we should be like repressed or anything. It just be as simple as you get married and have kids. Like there's not.
To me, that whole business is too awkward, time wasting, and just I don't know. It just seems like more work to me, you know. And that's all.
And that's perfectly fine, though. I mean, I think that's not. There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't like getting that close to anybody, you know.
I mean, here's a hot take. Antinatalism makes more sense from a Christian standpoint than it does from a secular standpoint.
No.
I am right.
How?
One, like I said, the apostles who stated it was better to put all your focus on worshiping God than it is to do something like getting married and have kids. And there's also the risk that the person you will give birth to will not become a Christian and risk being damned to hell for all eternity.
Can't worship God if you were never born.
Yes, but if you were never born, there's no risk of not doing it and being condemned to hell for eternity.
There's really less. I mean,
I don't think antinatalism makes any sense.
Yeah, I don't either. It's like
it's like more guilt, a bigger guilt trip than Catholics or Jews. Honestly, better never to have been born. What an asshole! I wouldn't want to be like within a few miles of that guy who wrote that book. I mean,
Thomas Ligotti used probably cited that book a lot, and he's a freaking buzzkill. Just look at his face.
Well, yeah, he's pretty open about the fact that he's hedonistic.
And what?
Hidden
and hedonic. That's the right word. That he actually has like a legitimate inability to feel joy.
Who is Daughter Destruction? Anybody know?
Never heard of her.
Okay. Never mind.
Wait a second. Is Uncle Void Eli Cash?
No, I'm pretty sure Eli Cash comes on under his own voice, under his own name.
Eli's been on at the same time in the chat, so no.
I want to know who Uncle Void is. It's like a thing.
He might be that Jimmy Bleeker guy.
His dad.
He might be Jimmy. He went by Jimmy Bleeker before, I think, unless that was another guy.
I don't remember him.
He would pop up in the chat every now and then. We do
I
have.
didn't start paying attention to the chat till like a couple shows ago. I don't know why.
Okay, well, there was a guy named Jimmy Bleeker, also a guy I work with, Eli Cash, Uncle Void, Frank, and sometimes Lesko and Phoenix, and Chad Lutsky also sometimes. That's basically our audience right there. Those like 10 to 12 people or whatever.
I can name one more.
Oh, and the thousands that we've been getting lately after.
Those are the bots you bought.
No, I didn't. No. That musician guy that was on, he brought that audience to us because it's been up ever since. Have you noticed? It's been going up every week since that musician guy was on.
Laswell?
John Goblicon?
No, the other musician that was.
Oh, Bill Laswell?
Yes.
My pick. I wish that could have went better. It was like, I don't know.
I didn't. I mean, it was cool to talk to him, but I mean, he got sheepish when Ann popped in, and he.
Oh, I forgot to tell you all.
Completely dismissed Les Claypool, and I didn't like that. I mean,
I thought it was funny, but I didn't necessarily agree with him. But I thought it was funny. After that, okay, so we all theorized that his wife or girlfriend or whatever had gotten mad or wanted him off when Ann came on. Well, I got an email later that sort of confirmed it. It was pretty funny. It was from her, and it said Bill thought that he should probably step away from the camera or from the show when the naked lady came on or something like that.
The naked lady.
And you be stealing these bitches' boyfriends.
Yeah, he's gonna have a really long dick to be cheating with me from wherever he's born. No wonder she's so possessive. It totally makes sense now. But when was I naked?
I know. I don't.
No, what it was, you said that because you had you couldn't the laundromat wasn't open or something, and so you said you weren't wearing pants, right? And all your stuff was dirty, and you hadn't gone to the laundromat yet, and so you were just sitting in a t-shirt or something, and you.
Right.
Yeah, and then he said, "Oh, well, guys, I got to step away. Thanks. I guess we're gonna."
That's funny.
What I thought was cool was that creepy story about the dude who wrote whatever about the autonomous zones.
And, Anna's basically like what was her name? That woman that made the King of England during World War II renounce his throne.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
You make kings renounce their thrones so they can sleep with you.
The guy from the Autonomous Zone that talked about the Autonomous Zone was Hakeem Bey.
Yeah,
Hakeem Bey.
Yeah, that creepy story about the guy coming up to him at a concert and using Hakeem's name or like real name,
and he disappeared.
Cool.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. He got mad about
I know. Yeah,
us talking about like how Hakeem Bey is a pederast when he's like very open about that. Like if you go to the NAMBLA site that still exists, Hakeem Bey stuff is on there.
That's sad that NAMBLA still exists, but yeah,
I mean it's basically just a website now.
He did say that that's totally untrue, and he totally dismissed it, just like he dismissed Les Claypool having any talent, which I strongly disagree with.
I mean, I don't know that he dismissed it, but I think he was kind of trying to say that whatever Les Claypool does with the bass is so radical that it barely counts as bass playing. I think is some is true to an extent. He's pretty out there.
He said that he's not in Bootsy Collins's atmosphere. He's not in league with Bootsy Collins. But I've listened to Bootsy Collins and I've listened to Primus, and I prefer Primus. You know, I don't like.
I don't think he's wrong. Les Claypool is a pretty weird bass player, so I can.
Well, the thing about Claypool, I think he's good, but like I've listened to all Primus's albums. They really they don't go into good music. Like they have their thing, which is really cool and fun, but they're not like. I don't know. I guess I want to say musically diverse enough. They can never not just be that kind of goofy thing, which the goofy thing I like, but I could see how he would say that they're not as much musicians as they are entertainers, if that makes sense.
What's your favorite Primus song, Zach?
I don't know. I love so many of them. Over the Electric Grapevine, probably.
And maybe I'm biased because Tom Waits is one of my favorite musicians, but my personal favorite is Coattails of a Dead Man.
Mine was Southbound Pachyderm.
But anyway, we should probably let's try to go to me and the books I've been reading because I am obviously the most important part of the show.
No, we need to have a Primus discussion. That's more important than you've been.
Oh
no, the books are the most.
Here's a funny story. Do you know the band Alien Ant Farm?
Yeah.
You guys who did that like a new metal cover of Smooth Criminal?
Yeah.
They named Primus as one of their influences. It's like, congratulations, you sound nothing like fucking Primus.
Why don't they name Michael Jackson as an influence? If they
did.
Oh, okay. Are they still around?
Yeah, they are. They actually I think they did a Kickstarter for their newest album.
Sad. Did it meet its goal? Surely it not.
I don't know.
It probably didn't.
I don't have any fond memories of Alien Ant Farm. I
don't think anybody does.
No,
like if you were like into like new metal or butt rock or whatever, like Alien Ant Farm was not your favorite band.
I was into new metal in a big way, but they were at the tail end. They were at the tail end of it. I don't know what's so funny about that. There were some good bands in there.
Do you know the YouTuber Justin Wang?
You took some offense to that.
Yeah, because there were a lot of good bands in new metal.
Slipknot are still hometown heroes in Des Moines.
You know what? Slipknot are my heroes too, and I'm not in Iowa. My God, that's the heaviest album they've ever done. That one that came out a few months ago. Seriously, heaviest shit they've ever dropped. I don't know why you haven't. Did I send it to you, Ben? Did you hear it?
Yeah.
My God, Stallway First. That's the heaviest song they've ever done, and nobody agrees with me on that, but it's a fact.
Yeah, actually, listen to their very first album. I think it's called Mate, Reproduce, Kill, Repeat, or something like
Mate,
that.
Feed, Kill, Repeat.
Yeah, it's that's genuinely a very odd album.
Is it?
Yeah, it's good, but it's very weird, especially the fact that Corey Taylor wasn't their vocalist yet.
Oh,
Yeah, it was weird.
Oh my God,
But
there were so many good new metal bands. We'll get back to that here in a minute, but I just wanted to.
I was going to say, do you know the YouTuber Justin Wang?
No. Yes.
He did a video on.
He did a video on Brian Peppers. Yeah.
Well, he just recently did a video on like the fact that there was a huge rivalry between Slipknot and Slipknot fans, because apparently like during Limp Bizkit's most popular years, Fred Durst said that Slipknot fans were fat and stupid or something like that.
There was also
like, bitch, you were one of the most hated new metal bands, and Slipknot is one of the most loved now. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, that's fine with Limp Bizkit and Slipknot, but you're missing out on the even more important rivalry, and that is with Slipknot and Mushroomhead, who many people accuse Slipknot of lifting Mushroomhead's look and making it more mainstream, because Mushroomhead were also doing the multiple vocalists and the samples and DJ and the 9-member band and whatnot. Both bands did that, and so one was in Iowa and one was in Ohio, like Cleveland. And
yeah, it was in Cleveland.
Yeah, I know you listened to some new metal back in the day, Mike, right?
A little bit.
And, they would throw batteries and all sorts of shit at Slipknot when they would come through Cleveland, and I think the same happened at some Slipknot concerts for Mushroomhead fans,
Yeah, Mushroomhead definitely came first because I'm from Ohio, so it was there was.
Well, Ben's from Iowa, so I can't.
Yeah, I got to stick up for my hometown here is Slipknot.
Did you ever meet any of them, Ben?
I actually went to. I've told this story before, but I actually went to a show in Ames where a local hip hop group had DJ Starstream, who was number 0 from. It's the dick sucking police. It's the getting head police coming.
Run away, Ann.
My ride's here.
But I actually went to a show in Ames where a local hip hop group had a DJ Starscream, who is number 0 from Slipknot.
Sid Wilson, the DJ.
Yeah, Sid Wilson. He actually was the DJ, and I was like literally the only person in the audience. But so I never got to meet them personally, but that was like the most intimate meeting that I had with any of the members of Slipknot.
Okay, so Mike, did you ever see anyone from Mushroomhead?
No, I didn't, unfortunately. They were actually on the verge of actually leaving Cleveland by the time I had gotten a hold of one of their demos. They were at that time. There's like another band called 216, I think it was. They were around the same time, just kind of morphed into Mushroomhead, but no, never got to meet them.
Whose side do you take in that rivalry?
Honestly, being from Ohio, I got to take the side of Mushroomhead because they did it first.
I like both bands, but I like Slipknot more.
To quote Boy George, it's not who did it first; it's who did it better.
You know what? There's only a certain era that I like Mushroomhead, and the one with the guy who left recently. What was his name? J-Man or something? The guy with the long hair.
So.
The guy with the long hair.
I think that was it.
See how beautiful it is here. This little phone camera doesn't do it justice. Like the sunset is all different colors, mostly because of all the apocalyptic fires all around this town. I'm safe because I'm in a desert. I'm in a desert hideaway from literally the entire world being on fire, and you guys are talking about Mushroomhead.
Oh yeah, that's right. The whole East Coast is on fucking. The whole West Coast is on fucking fire right now.
Yeah.
It's the boy.
And what's going on in the background there? What is that?
That is an overpass for pedestrians, which is
No, what's that thing back over there? Is that a PO box lit up or something?
what I don't know what you're talking about. That
To your right. No,
looks like a motel.
back there. Yeah, that.
Yeah,
Across the street.
across the street. Oh, it's a 7-Eleven.
No,
there
right
you go.
by the road on the other side. That.
That.
Oh, that's just somebody. That's a gated resort's fence right there.
Oh.
But above it is the mountains, which, God, I wish I could zoom this camera because it's so beautiful. Like the mountains are fading off into the smoke. Like you know how in cloudier climates mountains will fade into the clouds. Well, I'm in a desert. It's like 9% humidity, which is the only reason I'm safe because
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, literally all of California is on fire. Like you show this picture to French people who are atheists, who are no longer Catholic, and they just go, "It's the apocalypse." Like it's so, it's so insane. And I didn't really think about this when I moved out here. I just moved out to the desert because I wanted to be away from people for the first disaster, you know, the COVID disaster. And then I really wanted to be away from people for the riot disaster. Now it turns out I picked the exact right spot because I'm surrounded by too much sand, fingers crossed, for any of these fires to leap across into where I'm staying. So it's so weird. I'm in like this desert paradise. It's 100 degrees in September. I'm still swimming. It's beautiful. And, you know, the neighbors are all grilling out by the pool like it's a 60s horror movie. Like the architecture is so 60s in the style here. It's like everybody is here just living like nothing's going on when we're pretty much in the eye of a hurricane right now.
So who's your favorite new metal band?
My favorite new metal band?
Yeah.
My favorite new metal band is not being killed by a fire, a riot, or a plague. That's
You ain't gonna wait and bleed.
Okay, so all right, so you were reading what, Seb Doubinsky and a few other things?
Yeah. So one of the things I read was Seb Doubinsky's The Invisible, which is it's a I've heard it described as dystopian, but it's really not. In fact, the city-state of New Babylon is. What the fuck was that? But anyway, the city-state of New Babylon actually sounds like a more appealing place to live in the United States in 2020. But yeah, it's basically so it's this alternative universe where all countries are city-states. The main character is named George Retner, and he's trying to keep a drug called synth off the street, which is it's kind of vague about what the drug can actually do, but there's like a whole subculture around it and everything. And he's the like police commissioner. His main priority is to try to keep it off the street, but then one of his former partners gets murdered, and the book is an attempt to it is him trying to like figure out the murder and figure out like what's going on with synth and things like that. I don't want to give too much away, but I think it's a really, really fun, really engaging, like it's a mix between noir, science fiction, fantasy, and I highly recommend it. Seb Doubinsky is a really good writer.
I kind of get the feeling that I've only read a little of his work, but I get the general impression that people favor him mostly for his prose and how flowery it is. I mean,
I don't agree with that. The Invisible is the prose is very sparse, and it's very the chapters it's like it reads like a noir novel. The chapters are very short. The prose is very simple and straightforward, but it has a very engaging story. And that's why I'm having trouble describing it, because it's hard to like describe the story without just giving everything away. And I don't want to do that. But I will say it's a very good book, and I highly recommend it to people.
Mm-hmm.
I also finished reading Cormac McCarthy's The Orchard Keeper. That was Cormac McCarthy's first book, and it's probably honestly the weakest book of his that I've read so far. It's basically about an old guy who lives next to a rotting apple orchard, who gets caught between a bootlegger and a young boy who the bootlegger, he killed the boy's father in self-defense a long time ago. It's definitely like Cormac McCarthy trying to find his voice. It's like he perfected his voice in his next book, Outer Dark. So like The Orchard Keeper, like that's only really like for hardcore Cormac McCarthy fans. So it's kind of meh. It's not the worst book I've ever read. It's still pretty good, but it's definitely not the best Cormac McCarthy book that I've read. I also read The Revolutionary Catechism, which is more like a pamphlet from, not even going to try to pronounce the guy's name, but basically he was like a member of the nihilist Russian movement, who were like very much extremists, who like dedicated themselves to terrorism and bringing down the current social order in Russian society. So I think it's interesting for being like a magnetic north of political extremism, but it's like only if you're interested in like reading like political extremism. Let's see. And I've been reading Speak Memory by Vladimir Nabokov, which is his autobiography. It definitely has some pretty interesting parts. Like there's parts where he talks about his synesthesia, which are pretty fascinating. Talking about his family history, things like that. It's been a pretty fun read so far. And I just started reading Chuck Palahniuk's new book, The Invention of Sound. I haven't gotten too far in it, but it's kind of funny. The initial part of it is like very relevant to what we've been discussing so far. It's basically a guy who's very traumatized because his daughter was kidnapped. So he starts seeing like child sex traffickers everywhere. Like there's like the beginning part of it is him stopping like this hippie-ish looking dude who has a daughter at the airport because he's certain that the guy is a sex trafficker, and he gets tackled by security and finds out that the girl was actually the guy's daughter, and he was completely off. But that's like this like the very first part of it. I just started reading it, so there's not much I can say about it.
Did you ever read Rant by Palahniuk?
I haven't read Palahniuk. I haven't read Rant yet. No,
because a lot of people said that should have been that was supposed to be the beginning of a trilogy for that character that they never materialized any other books.
Yeah, but the same was true of the one of his book Damned. He wrote Damned and he wrote Doomed, and there was supposed to be a third one, but he hasn't written the third one so far.
I haven't read Damned, but the idea of a character having to cross a mountain of toenails, it seems wildly out of his usual abilities, which are, like, I mean, he's like a wizard, of narrative, and for him to pull a mountain of toenails out of his ass just seems so cheap and beneath his powers.
Damned is a fun read, but it's not his best, mostly because of the ending. I haven't read Doomed yet. I've heard a lot of people say that's one of his worst books.
I just don't know what he was trying. What was he trying to say with a story about a little girl in hell?
Well, Damned, Doomed, and the third one was supposed to be like his version of the Divine Comedy, like heaven, like hell, purgatory, and heaven. But he hasn't written the heaven version yet.
Okay.
Adjustment Day was the last book of his I read, which was an okay political satire, but it wasn't like great. It was very like disordered and kind of felt like he wanted to like skewer a lot of like things like the alt-right and the SJW left and things like that, but he didn't really have anything to like say in besides just skewering those ideas. But yeah, the invention of sound looks like it's very promising so far.
Did you what were some of his other books that you liked? Did you read like Diary or Snuff?
Right?
Yeah,
Snuff is that's okay. It's it kind of felt like that was the start of like where he was just being kind of over the top instead of really saying something. Invisible Monsters is probably the best book of his that I've read so far. Fight Club being the second best.
I make some progress in Snuff every now and then. It's like I've never been hooked enough to keep reading until I'm finished. But every now and then I'll pick it up, and get a little further. It's interesting, but I guess it's just how popular Polnick's become that I don't see him as a must finish in the way that I do other authors. I feel like he's more of a utility than a privilege to read. These days.
And I did like Beautiful You too, but again, that just felt like more of a weird thriller than it was like anything like I'd call like really good.
Zach, why did you hate Fight Club?
Oh, I didn't hate it. I just didn't really like it that much.
Mike, you got an opinion on Polnick?
I think it's great. I've read Fight Club. I've read Snuff. I don't think I've ever read a book that I didn't like from his. He's very unique. He's got some serious talent.
Yeah, Invisible Monsters, I still think is the best of his that I've read.
And Haunted, if for no other reason than the short story Guts in the meta narrative or whatever, right?
Yeah, I read Guts, but I have Haunted on my shelf, but I haven't read it yet.
But you've read Guts, I guarantee it. So that's the thing. I think most people have read Guts, but they never finished Haunted.
Guts was the first thing I read from him, actually.
Really? Candle Play. The idea that disgusts and frightens me. Good
What, Candle Play?
Urethra play with candles. No.
Oh, putting But Guts
you did say that you were a candle fag, Jeremy.
No, that was just because I like to light candles a lot. That I got it from my mom.
Because you also like to, let the hot wax melt and just dump it on your naked chest, and it just makes your ding-a-ling so fucking hard.
No, I just like the way candles smell. Got it from my mom, but no. When I say candle fag, it's a non-sexual term.
I too like candles.
Yeah. Especially the woodwick, the ones that crackle as they burn. But anyway, what else, Ben? Anything else on that?
That's everything I've read recently.
What are you going to start next? Yet?
Well, I need to. I'm only like a quarter of the way through Speak Memory, and I just started The Invention of Sound, so those are the ones I'm concentrating on.
And did you pop out again?
I've been locked up by myself too long. Having any other human being around me suddenly renders me incapable of any fine motor function whatsoever.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Yeah. I don't even know what is escapism to you, Ann. Do you read? Do you watch TV? What do you do to get out of you know, pass the time?
I usually go with yoga, actually, or now I can swim. Like if I'm gonna go if I'm gonna zone out, I don't necessarily want to be emotionally engaged either. You know, like watching just entertainment to relax doesn't seem very efficient because it's not that mentally stimulating, but they're still like tugging at your heartstrings, and that takes energy too. So I just do yoga or go swimming. I mean, sometimes I'll watch Netflix, but that's one of those things that I just feel like I do because I have to once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
To be human. I mean, I actually can't remember the last time I had the time or the inclination to watch something for sheer escapism. I mean, if I want to break from my own thoughts, I guess it's best to have someone else's thought to sort of clear it out, or just to not think at all. Am I making any sense?
I think so. It's a very alien, headspace to me, where I'm at. But I mean, I guess it makes sense for what all you're going through.
Yeah, I mean, I just need to let go completely,
Mm-hmm.
So yoga it is. Yoga or Tom Wolfe. I finished that. I finished Bonfire of the Vanities, which I was raving about. Actually, like quote unquote real literature sort of functions as escapism for me. Come to think of it, any reading, maybe that's pathological. I don't know.
So you're like a classical reader, kind of.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I know everything is formulaic, but when the bones of the formula are too bare, it's actually not interesting to me. You know what I mean? Like, it would be more work for me to read a dime store romance novel than it would be for me to read Tom Wolfe. You know what I mean?
I agree with you on that. That's me completely.
Mike, what you been reading, or what have you been doing to pass the time? You read anything?
Aside from the Jim Carrey book, I've been reading a lot of comics, which I know is lame, but
no, actually not lame. Which one?
I've really been digging the Joker War. I started collecting that. That has been amazing.
We were actually talking about that a week or two ago about how Joker got a new girl punchline, and she already like tried to slit someone's throat. One of the Catwoman or Harley won, right?
Yeah, it was Harley Quinn. But
Didn't they recently release a comic where I think it's called Three Jokers or something like that, where Batman is battling like three separate Jokers? One is like the modern, like psychopathic Joker. One is like the Silver Age Joker, and one is like the Golden Age Joker.
Yeah, it's an interesting story there too, because it's the Joker, and it's an iconic character, and the fact that they can keep coming up with new ideas for that character, it's amazing. And the Joker was the fact.
The whole Three Joker storyline is basically a retcon saying that he's been fighting different Jokers all this time at different times, and they each have a separate goal, right?
Exactly.
That's wild.
And with the Joker War, the fact that the Joker has actually stolen Bruce Wayne's money to rule Gotham is just, it's been fun to see that unravel.
Yeah, okay. How did he do it, though? How did he become like a major stockholder in Wayne Enterprises, or what? How did he do it?
No, what had happened was Selena was actually in the process of transferring the funds to another bank account. And there's a character, I think it was called the Broker, who had managed to shoot Selena and gained access to the funds and sent them to the Joker.
Wow. And there's actually a new superhero that has come out of this on like at ground level. Basically, an adolescent kid who goes by the name Clown Hunter because he's sick of all the fucking jokers, fucking up the streets in his neighborhood and everything. So he goes around killing or just beating the shit out of Joker henchmen with a baseball bat, right?
Yeah, he's been fucking shit up left and right. And what's crazy though is that if you haven't gotten a chance to buy the initial issues with Punchline or even the beginning of the Joker War, getting them is extremely expensive.
See, I like to wait until all the issues are done and then get the collected version. I can't do the week to week comic book Wednesday stuff like I did when I was a kid. I just can't do that.
Yeah, I collected 2 years ago. I started, and that's the whole fun for me is to get the individual issues.
What, Ben?
Well, I was gonna say, didn't they do a really stupid story a while back where they found where they said that the Anarchy was like the Joker's son or something like that?
Really?
I don't think it was. Maybe.
Which is really that's the thing is like Anarchy is like one of my favorite DC characters, but they just don't know how to use him.
Yeah.
It's like in the Arrow TV show, like they made him just like a sociopathic pyromaniac. Like, fucking no, that's not what Anarchy is.
A villain, basically. They made him a villain in the show.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, he was like a anti-hero who was like his thing is like he was an anarchist who was opposed to both the Gotham Police Department and to the supervillains of the Gotham universe.
I don't know about son, but I think Joker has a daughter that popped up around the time that his face was cut off and he tried to like.
Oh yeah, I remember when they did that. That was kind of sad.
Around the time that Professor Pig was introduced, which I don't know a whole lot about, but
didn't he like end up like barely mattering at all?
Yeah, he's not a major villain at all. He just kind of pops up occasionally. But I mean, he's kind of creepy looking. I mean, it'd be interesting to see him as a full-fledged villain fleshed out. But they don't do a whole lot with him.
That other Batman villain, Flamingo, that just felt kind of like Grant Morrison, like doing a little like inside joke about the Penguin and the Batman Rogues Gallery overall. When he introduced the Flamingo.
Yeah.
It just seemed like Morrison, like, I don't know, roasting the Batman Rogues Gallery overall or something. Yeah.
Like anymore, it just feels like, does DC even know what they're doing anymore?
Well, yeah, but Joker War is really awesome. What I've heard of it, from what I've heard.
It is really good. It's actually redeemed the Batman comics for a while now. But we had the
Batman should never have been battling Darkseid the way he has, don't you think? I mean, that's kind of above. That's not his job to battle villains like Darkseid across the universe.
What was that called? Where he like ended up being the one that killed Darkseid, but it ended up killing him too, and it like shot him back through time or something like that.
That's the one that Kevin Smith wrote, right?
No, it was like a crossover that was similar to I think it was Final Crisis or something like that.
Was it the Court of Owls?
No, it was sort of like Crisis on Infinite Earths, but it was like a new Crisis where it ended with Batman shooting Darkseid. It killed Darkseid, but it also killed Batman and shot his spirit like back through time or something like that.
I don't think that Batman should ever be fighting crime during the day.
But I remember like it resulted in that comic, whatever happened to the Cape Crusader or something like that.
I just don't feel like Batman should ever have been a member of the Justice League because they fight crime during the day. And it's just not right. That's why he brought on that guy called the Signal, so he could fight. He could fight during the day and represent Batman's cause. I feel like they should leave it to him. That's a very rarely used character, I know, but Batman
I
just
mean,
shot me during the day.
Like I grew up like watching the Justice or the Super Friends cartoon and things like that, and the like the 1960s Batman TV show where fuck, what was his name? He was who played it during the 60s Batman TV show?
Adam West.
The Adam West TV show. That was what I grew up watching, so I definitely wasn't against that. Aw, look.
Oh my goodness.
It's Stumper.
There we go.
Look at
Who's the bestest?
The Fur-Reich.
The Fur-Reich. Who's the bestest? Look at that floof.
The Fur-Reich. You guys, I just had an idea.
Yeah?
What if we, I know it sounds a little bit like a book club, but do you think these discussions would be less abstract if we all decided to read the same book at the same time?
Well,
I tried that and they shot it down.
Zach brought that up. I'm kind of a wild card with what I read, but of course I could always make room for one that we're all reading. You know, it's just.
Well, the thing is, you read 6 books a week. If you take one of those and we all read the same one, that's not going to take away that much out of your reading time.
I'd be willing to do it, but I mean, you know, I'd still like to talk about the other stuff I read. But I mean, I would do it, you know, if everybody else was up for it, you know. But you know, another thing is that, you know, we can't all you know, afford books right now, right?
That's true.
So if we could work out something where we share you know, we share.
I think you can share Kindle books.
Yeah, but you can only loan them out one at a time, like and one to one person at a time. You know?
I know what we can do. We can
the invention of sound
giving us Mobies, and then we all pass the Mobies along.
Yes, but don't admit it on the air, Zach. That's what That's what I said. Share, you know.
The invention of sound just came out, so why don't you all read that too?
And Polonic books are like $16 though, aren't they?
What?
Aren't Polonic books like $16 though?
I can't remember how much I paid for the invention of sound.
For what?
Okay, here's the better idea. Here's a better idea. How about we pick a book that you've already read and the rest of us read it? Like, how about Paul Ninook? I've been meaning to read him forever.
I actually have some of his, and without the DRM, but you know, I don't mean any of this in case it comes back to bite me. I'm just, but reach out to me if you know you're looking for a certain one.
I'm the worst.
Get a video game.
I'm literally doing homework right now.
Wait, what?
I'm doing homework like as we speak.
So okay, so what's the final decision here as far as what we would do? Because depending on what it is, I may be able to accommodate everybody if it's Polonic.
Okay. I'd read Polonic for shits and giggles.
Which one? Which one are we talking about?
Oh, anyone.
I don't have Invention of Sound.
Okay.
I've got Snuff, but Ben's already read that one. I think I've got Diary and Pygmy. Pygmy, I heard, it's too hard to comprehend, or it's annoying or something.
I've read like excerpts of it. It's basically the way it's written is like, begin here, diary of agent who infiltrate American pig. It's written like that. It's written in like this sort of weird, pseudo English,
like Alex Gillard in Clockwork Orange, right?
Not really like that. Basically, just like someone who doesn't speak English as a first language, like sort of like winging English. Begin here, diary of agent infiltrating secret pig American family. Objective, destroy pig American empire. Just like the whole book is written like that.
Oh my God, I don't think I could do it. I've got Evil, a novel about you. That's his, right?
No, that's not one of his.
You sure?
No.
Who wrote it?
I don't know, but I know that's not one of his. Beautiful You. That one's pretty straightforward. It's like a direct parody of 50 Shades of Grey, almost.
I don't have as much of him as I thought I did. So what, to be continued on that idea? I mean, I would do it, but
Yeah. I mean, we should all take some time not on the air to ponder it and email back and forth. I'll read whatever you guys want to read. Politics sounds like a good idea.
I mean, Fight Club is the obvious one.
I've already read it.
Yeah, I've read it too.
Have you read it, Jeremy?
Fight Club, no.
Okay. Have you read it, Ann?
No, I haven't. I saw the movie. It's one of the few movies I saw during that period, but no, I haven't read the book.
I guess that's the obvious one.
Got Haunted. That's
oddly enough a goop or whatever on the cover.
Yeah, it's got a ghost on the front or something. Haunted is coincidentally enough about a bunch of writers who get together and can barely stand each other. So that might
that needs to be what we read.
Yeah, we have a winner.
All right, sounds good.
Mike. I know you're only available every few weeks. I don't know. What do you think about this?
Yeah, it sounds like fun, man. I'm down.
Yeah, but you're only available like every few weeks, though, right?
Every other weekend.
Every other?
Yeah, because I usually work, like, this is my weekend off. I work next weekend, and then I'm off the following weekend.
Oh,
but I'm sure I could, like, chime in, after work.
Sure. Yeah, the thing is, we can fill this room up to, like, 10 people now. So StreamYard allows for more than 6 now, so that's cool, too, if more people want to get in on it. But I did want to mention briefly our friends at Death's Head Press. They're still releasing some stuff for the Splatter Western series. Of course, we interviewed Chris Miller a few weeks ago, and he just released his own take on the Splatter Westerns. Get out of the way. It's called Dust, and I'll bring it up here because I promised him I'd promote it anyway, but it never did. What?
It's just a meme I saw on Facebook.
So there's Dust. That's one of the latest Splatter Westerns, and also Starving Zoe or Chloe. Anybody seen that one yet?
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh yeah, I remember
Splatter
Chris
Westerns?
been promoting it.
Do you guys remember Splatter Westerns at all, though?
Yeah.
We talked about them. Anyway, there's the very latest Splatter Western for Death's Head Press, Starving Zoe, and they always have the best covers. Seriously,
Yeah, I can't.
I
think it's
cat. I'm trying to wrestle this cat that insists on getting in my way while I'm trying to do this. I mean,
like Uncle Void's comment. Plus, most of Zach's reading choices are only available on Papyrus.
Oh yeah, that's Carlton Melick's newest book, The Bad Box.
Yeah,
famous unerring instinct cats after getting in the way.
Yeah, I don't know why Carlton insists on having these cutesy covers here lately. But, I mean, it really detracts from the enjoyment of the book for me. But, I mean, I'll still read him because he's Carlton. And, honestly, I bought this one, and I already had to – I went straight for the comic that at the back that he does for print copies. You've all seen the little cartoon strips he does at the end. Have you read any Carlton, Ann?
I haven't either.
Seriously? Never read Carlton Melick?
No,
I mean, Zach, you never have?
No, I've read a ton of other Bizarro authors, but I've just always, I don't know why I've avoided him. I just have.
Oh, it's Bizarro. Yeah, I've been avoiding that whole movement because annoying.
The authors are annoying. There's no question, and they're very spiteful and very Karenish. They're the epitome of Karens. You know, they'll pretend to be your friend at first, but while they're secret, behind closed doors, they're already trying to figure out how to weed you out of their communities. And yes, I have proof of that. So
I mean, I kind of think that's why Malik is kind of distanced himself at this point.
Yes, I sympathize with Carlton for having to put up with any kind of drama when he created, basically, him and his wife created an island of misfit writers, and they have not single-handedly, but collectively shat all over that entire island until there's nothing left, But
it was just dang, and then all the people who cared too much were weirdo social climbers, and this is what it is now.
No, but the thing is,
I mean, like some of the originals, like D-Ho and Wilson, he's been pretty cool. He's kept himself out of out of drama and shit.
There's some
others like Jimmy Dunes. He's fucking terrible.
I've never heard of Jimmy Dunes. I don't think.
I was kind of on cordial terms with Sam Pink for a little while, but you know what I think of Tao Lin and the rest of them. I pick it up, I read 2 lines, I'm like, go back to 4th fucking grade, kid, and then I put it down.
Wait a minute,
I
actually don't know what you think of Tao Lin.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. This whole time I thought we were talking about alt-lit.
Oh.
We were talking about Bizarro. Okay.
Well, what do you think? What do you think of Tao Lin, though?
I can't remember, but it wasn't good.
You really didn't like Taipei, Taiwan.
I don't think I made it to. Oh wait, no, I did read that book. It was horrible.
I enjoy Sam Pink's work. I
did like the Talon book EEE.
Yeah, the title just put me off. I was like, oh god, more of this.
I mean it's
throughout history.
The title alone, it's like autistic screeching as a title.
Well, it's supposed to be an imitation of dolphin noises.
Okay.
EEE.
I mean, it's comical. I'll give it
that. That is what dolphins sound like.
Yeah.
But what I actually I think that I admire Sam Pink's style. It's often imitated but never duplicated.
Yeah, Sam Pink is good. I did like Noah Cicero until he acted like a bitch to me.
Became a
bipolar cowboy gave me the feels. I'll admit to that.
I think I knew Noah previously personally. Oh wait, no.
He seems like he'd really be a simp in real life.
No, I think he might be the one who messaged me, just sending me an angry, nasty Facebook message, like for giving him a bad review.
Oh my god!
You gave Noah Cicero. Which one of his did you read?
I can't even remember.
I do think you did read. I do think you did read one of his books for Tacky Mag.
Well, here's the thing.
that was it. That was it. I read his book. It was awful.
Did you read? Did you read? It was something like "Go to Work," something like that.
I
can't
remember
a long title. It was "Go to Work,
do your job."
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that was it. I can't remember at all what it was about because I was in such a state of annoyance with the author the entire time I was reading it.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. He came at you for giving him a bad review. He came at Ben for giving him a good review.
Yeah, exactly. I read the collected works of Noah Cicero and I gave it a review on my blog. And he basically tweeted out a link to it saying, "This person needs a new hobby." Fuck you!
Wow.
It was a good review, right?
Yeah, I gave him a very positive review. And he was just like, this person needs a new hobby. Fuck off.
I bet he didn't even know you gave him a good review. He just assumed that you were giving him a bad review. I'll bet that's what it was.
Maybe he saw your name next to my name someplace and was like, oh, God, these people again.
Like, Jesus Christ. I thought he was one of the more down-to-earth ones because I actually talked to him before. I asked him, like, if a couple of his books that were out of print were ever going to come back into print, and he just, like, gave me, like, a very, like, straightforward answer. Is like, there's no plan so far, but I probably will in the future, so just don't die, and, they'll probably be back in print. Just, like, a very, like, straightforward, just kind of funny interaction. But when I reviewed one of his books, he's just like, this person needs a new hobby.
Wow.
I feel bad for saying he's probably a simp in real life, because I believe he is somewhat like extremely bipolar. At least that was hinted at in Bipolar Cowboy, but he seems to be open about that a lot.
I mean, when I first discovered it, it seemed like he really was just like this guy who came from like a poor family in Youngstown, Ohio, but he was just a little smarter than the average bear. So it seemed like he was like intelligent, but also like really down to earth. But at some point, it's just like he started being a cunt for no reason.
Well, that happens to people once they get told that they're freaking authors.
Like that's one thing that I found interesting. He talked about how like he would like get these positive reviews in NPR, and the next day he would have to like go to a job where he was washing dishes. I always like found those like him talking about like those kind of things interesting, but then I don't know, he just started being a cunt for no reason.
Okay, so I don't have much to talk about this week, but I forgot to mention this one last time. Terrible Lizard, a memoir of my time in the police dinosaur unit. This is showing, by the way, right? I'm sharing the screen, right?
No.
Yeah, but you're not showing that book.
Oh,
look at what you
need to pay
have
the
up.
fucking Prime membership, dang it.
Why didn't it?
You have to search it. You have to go to Goodreads and put it in.
There, now.
Your Prime
Get on the wrong tab.
Okay. So, starting with Terrible Lizard, a memoir of my time in the police dinosaur unit. I liked the premise. I thought that this was going to be an extremely childish, amateurish book, but surprisingly, Doug Goodman actually pulled this off somewhat plausibly, even though it's an incredibly implausible premise. The thing is, he never explains in this world that he's building how dinosaurs became, alive again. I guess we're just left to assume that it's some sort of DNA cloning Jurassic Park situation. But he manages to humanize the Velociraptor, who's deputized in a very interesting way. And basically, I feel pity for the main character who has to constantly be on guard because, a police raptor is like 10 times the work of a police canine,
Okay, this brings back weird memories of an ex-girlfriend that I have, and I don't want to explain how or why.
Wow. You're not going to explain how. Why was yours
I
hard?
can explain how, but it's weird.
It was hard to domesticate?
No, it's a little bit more basic than that. She was really strange and obsessed with
dinosaurs.
Yeah, Jurassic Park, and she would come to school and put freaking this stuff in her hair that made a part of it spike up on one end, and I would ask her why she's doing that.
Was it C4?
Huh?
C4? The stuff she used on her hair, was it C4?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay.
Anyway, I would be like, why are you doing that? And then she would say, well, you know how the raptors in Jurassic Park, the later ones, had those feathers on the top of their head? Because that they did. The raptors later on, like, they give them like feathers to make them look, I guess because they say like more scientifically accurate.
I don't remember that.
Well, they did.
Are you sure you're not thinking of the Dilophosaurus or something?
No, the raptors had feathers in the later Jurassic Park movies.
Okay, I don't remember, but yeah, okay.
And she would do that simply to be imitating a freaking raptor. And then one day she came to school with this hat on.
Gracie quit.
And I'm like, I asked her why she had it on. And it was her freaking Alan Grant hat from the first movie. So she was like a gigantic Jurassic Park nerd where she would try to emulate raptors and pretend to be Alan Grant's or whatever his name was.
I got you.
His daughter. Is a strange situation.
Wow, that is quite a story. I'm glad you shared it. But
I'm glad I shared it too.
This one was a real dark horse for me because I didn't expect anything from it, and I think I may have even gotten it free when it was on promotion. But it surprisingly impressed me. And apparently, this guy Doug Goodman has another book about dinosaurs being lost on some island with dinosaurs that never explains how they came to be alive. He completely goes steers around the explanation and just says, "Hey, here's dinosaurs," and it just throws them at you without any explanation. And I think he's doing that intentionally, not because he's incapable of coming up with a reason. I don't know why that's so funny, Zach, but
it was funny.
I don't know why. It was a car accelerating. What's so funny about that?
I found it funny.
I don't understand why.
It was just funny. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
It's like you keep continually get interrupted or keep getting interrupted.
That's how it goes for me. No one else, but yeah, for me. But Cat Coin by our boy Frank Edler. I think that he accomplished what he set out to do, to tell a story that kind of parodies and is also faithful to the idea of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, and Litecoin, altcoin, whatever coin. And it's really funny to see these people just dedicate their lives to making sure that this cat that reinforces their cryptocurrency is they make him as comfortable as he possibly can, including keeping him on a steady diet of red wine, in his cat dish. And when they think that he's had a stroke, later on, I mean, they're doing everything they can. They expend more effort trying to revive the cat than they would any human being. It was very amusing, but I think that cryptocurrency is such a weird concept that I mean, I don't know that anybody has successfully replicated that story, the success story, or anything about it yet. But I think Frank came pretty close. I would ask him again when next time he comes on, why cat coin and not some other kind of coin? What was it? Just what made him pick cats?
Alliteration. Wait, no, consonants.
I remember him talking about this. He was talking about he was researching the idea that anything could be a currency, and he just thought you could grab a cat and make that currency.
Mm-hmm.
I love that human fish cover.
It's just a doodle.
You don't think
it's a doodle?
Cool?
It's literally just a doodle. I don't understand.
Oh, it's got that
I got the doodle in my pants.
/ fossil thing going on.
Okay. This one was another 3-star. I mean, it was all right. I hate that Benjamin was kind of left behind when they were developing all these the recent crop of new Bizarro authors. If you listen to his interview on Bazong, I mean, he said it himself that he felt like he was, underserved by, staff, editors, and what have you. Who is that? Who is that that's making all the racket? What's going on?
It's your mom.
I know it's not Ann because she's walking on the street. Okay, anyway.
It's not me. Yeah, it's not me either.
I've got to talk. Zach, stop.
That's not me, I'm telling you.
Okay, Ben.
I will never stop.
What a cunt. Okay. I've got to
fist
talk
is up your ass to rip your lips off.
No, hang on, because I've got to talk about this one. I've been angry about it all week because this one started out promising about a criminal. These guys are trying to rip off this home, and he's hiding in the closet or whatever. It's called Stay a While by Anthony Vecchiarello. Like I said, it started out promising with the burglar, in this home. And he's in the closet, and the family is like, they're revealed to be like vampires or cannibals, and he's texting his partner, get me the fuck out of here, create a diversion. Been nice. Let me disparage this author in peace.
What are you talking about?
Stay a While. I'm talking about Stay a While. Anyway.
Okay. I've been here a while.
Yeah, but we'll just stop making background noise. That's while I disparage this author. Anyway, so that's the kernel of a good idea right there with the guy, discovering this cannibal family, but then it extends to the entire town being these monstrous people and they turn into gargoyles, and one of them has like kangaroo feet that that lay a mean kick into people, and it goes off in this insane territory. And much like the feeling I had with Elaine,
all right, I'll see.
Dude, that's really uncool. Come on. I was respectful during all of you guys talking about your shit. Anyway, and so much like what my feeling of Elaine, it just started to feel too much like it should have been a video game instead of a book, Whatever, man. Anyway, so started off promising, and I mean, it's not funny, dude. I mean, I've legitimately been respectful to everybody who wanted to get their shit in, and I'm trying to do that now.
What?
All this background shit. It's like to poke and prod me. I don't understand it.
I'm not doing it. Zach is.
I'm doing homework. I'm a good boy.
Well, anyway. And finally, Mr. Ugly by Wolverier, which, I mean, I just started reading Wolverier's work with the two Brain Chew books, and now this. And I've got to say, he's as good as any Eraserhead Press author without their representation and editorial powers and everything, marketing powers. Wolverier is all that Eraserhead has, only he does his own shit. So that's my reads for the week. So okay,
y'all want to go to the multiverse?
No, you have
no.
You've been kind of
why?
You've been kind of a prick.
I was not. Okay, let's do a round table. Was I in?
Zach.
What?
Yeah, lick my pee-pee.
I'm about to do something crazy that I've never done before. I'm going to go to the store while this show is still going, and I know I'm not joking. But I swear I'll be right back. All right. It's just down the street. If you guys want to close out early, that's fine. Or if you want to keep talking, if anybody drops out, I'll add you back in a minute when I get back. And no, I'm not joking. I'm going down the street for a minute.
Pick me up some Egos.
Okay. I'm really going.
Some Egos.
Okay. I'll see you guys. Beer. I don't care what you talk about. Kill the fucking thing. All right.
Well, he's really gone.
Gone.
We're cast upon the breakers with that, Jeremy.
Well, what if they're to talk about, gentlemen?
What the hell did he go to the store for? That's.
I am curious. I'm definitely going to stay around.
Yeah.
Get the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been really important for him to just kind of like take off.
Yep. Oh, goodness. So what did you write, Michael? I can't remember from which episode were you on again?
Oh, man. I don't even remember what it's been a while. I wrote quite a few books. I wrote Legacy, which is my take on serial killers. Wrote the sequel to that. I wrote a couple of Bizarro books, which were kind of weird, and I've been in like a lot of anthologies. I started out as horror, and then I just kind of branched off into doing just whatever pops into my head.
Yeah. I'm remembering. Yeah, okay, I'm remembering now. We went through a little time when we were having a lot of horror people on here, definitely from Death's Head Press. And then, yeah, you weren't published by Eraserhead, were you?
No. Nope, I haven't been with them yet. I've read a lot of their stuff, just haven't been published by them. I'm mostly through JDA. I did Scott Nelson's press, Morbid. That was my first book. But no, I haven't done Eraserhead. And that's more Bizarro than anything. I mean, are they still around?
Yeah, they are, but they're kind of lame nowadays.
Yeah, I haven't read like Bizarro in years.
Yeah, we've talked about it a whole freaking lot just because it's sad seeing that thing go the way it did, and it's pretty much dead now.
Right, that's why I stopped reading, because it just kind of like became less about the books and more about the people that were involved in it. I'm like, man, who needs that shit?
Yeah, the weird thing, in my opinion, is like, okay, Carlton Millick is like the main freaking figure in all of it. And I don't know, it's just weird that he stays around as like a silent, I hate using that dang word because everyone does, elder statesman, and keeps pumping out these books while everything else is like burning to the ground. But it just makes me wonder if that wasn't like the intention the whole time. I mean,
it's plausible, because I know for a while there, when I started reading it, I read it like 2014 maybe, when I discovered it. That was like the first book I read was They Had Goat's Heads, I think it was.
Yeah.
That was the introduction for me, and then this kind of went into Melick and everybody else, and then for a while, after that, it started drifting away from like the cool stuff I was reading to the like vaginal toasters and like shit that didn't make any sense at all.
Yeah. Uncle Void, are you still there, Uncle Void? You should come in.
He's not coming in.
He might come in.
Put the link in the chat. Maybe he'll come in.
That, that phrase right there triggered something in my mind. The first freaking multiverse, that was the thing that played continually, the link in the chat. I think it was you drunk as well saying it. I think I did put the link in the chat. No, that's where I said, is Jeremy autistic?
Maybe that's why you left. He's just like, screw you guys. I'm gonna.
I mean, Jeremy's autistic. You are gay and autistic.
Copy. Don't talk about Michael that way. It's wrong.
No, I'm talking about you, Zach. You.
Hey, Uncle Void is still here. So I was freaking.
Uncle Zach. Everybody type Zach is gay and autistic in the chat.
That's quite an affliction.
Everyone type Ben is a drunk in the chat.
They don't need to type that. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, but we need to shame you.
Do you think I'm ashamed? I'm not ashamed.
You should be ashamed.
I'm not.
Well, but you should.
You should be ashamed of being autistic and gay.
Okay. What the heck? There we go. I will repost the link.
Okay. Well, it looks like Anne's not going to be coming back because their shit's not working.
And Jeremy's shopping somewhere.
I sent the thing to.
The thing with like Bizarro is it used to be like a very a genuine alternative to what was going on in speculative fiction at the time, but then stupid people started being stupid in it.
Right.
Who? Tell me. Name
Stupid people.
Who were they?
There are a lot
Jimmy
of people.
Dunes is one.
Who?
Jimmy Dunes.
Who's that?
Jimmy Dunes.
Who's that?
Jimmy Dunes.
Who is that?
Jimmy Dunes is Jimmy Dunes, and there were other stupid people who started being stupid, who I'm not going to name, so this fucking thing doesn't get taken down.
Right. Yeah, they started what? It's
being quiet, and that's probably because I haven't trolled in like forever. It's good. Trolling's bad.
What? Are your hands shaking?
No.
Are you gonna pee yourself? Maybe shit and fart and come too.
No, the withdrawals went away. I had to lock myself in a room for about 5 hours.
This is like, I must not go online to try to trigger the libs.
Yep. That's exactly what it was like.
Thou shalt not troll.
Yep. I had to get ice and put it in a bathtub and get in it.
This will stop me from trolling.
Here's what you should do. Instead, whenever you feel the urge to trigger the libs, masturbate instead.
Dang it. I've got to have this thing turned in. I've got to have this thing turned in at dang 12. I'm just going to write it right now.
Just type in poo poo pee pee doo doo caca and then send it.
Okay. Tell that for me. Right now it's 2 P's.
Pee pee doo doo caca. Just phonetically sound it out. You'll be fine. Just like, if you can, just like draw dick and balls. That should get their attention.
I'm purposely sending don't. When it's the dang discussion board, I don't really put much effort into them. Oh, so what all have been going on in your all's lives other than Ben just drinking?
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't drink, unfortunately. I just usually work, and with the freaking virus, there's nothing we can do at this point.
Yep. Oh, I'm so freaking mad. Like, it seems like today they're really amping up the second wave hysteria more so. Like, it's like they started it today. And it's going to be everywhere soon.
I figure by November, dude, we should be fine. Once the election hits, COVID will go away. We'll be back to normal.
I think, I don't know. It really is annoying, though. Like, seeing people still really, like, Karenish about the masks, like, it kind of baffles my mind that this is still a problem.
Yeah, you know what you should do?
Trigger the libs.
No, get a mask, soak it in chloroform, and put it on.
There you go. Or put it on other people.
It would help me sleep.
Yeah, put it like if you see any girl that you really like just do that and put it on her, and that's how you'll get a fun date.
Yeah,
that's the secret.
Safety first. Does this smell funny to you?
This is fucking hilarious to me.
After the election, there will be no more antibody shaming from Uncle Roy.
After the election, we're all going to be dead.
It's possible at this point.
We're just going to fucking devolve into a South American company where every election is just a fucking military coup.
Well, it'd be issued guns instead of face masks.
Hopefully be issued both.
It's like a freaking what in tarnation land.
Guns are fun, but it seems the pipe bombs are more suitable.
Here's your gun. Go out there and get some money for me. Don't shoot them unless they're not wearing a mask.
While Jeremy's gone, why don't we just do why don't we just look up instructions on how to build a pipe bomb and just tell everyone how to do it?
He would never know.
No. Not unless he listens back.
How to build a pipe bomb.
Like, how did we get taken off? What happened? I left you guys alone for 2 minutes, and this is what happened. You told us to have fun.
I have to go to fucking DuckDuckGo.
Hey, Ben, call him. Now's the perfect time. That's a freaking phone call. Put it on speaker.
I bet he's getting candles. That's probably what he's doing.
Okay, let's see here. I'm going to do it. Are you doing it?
Yeah.
Okay, do it.
And you have reached a quiet place. Feel free to scream your head off after the tone.
Please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
You have to do that.
To leave a callback number, press 5.
This is Jeremy, and you have reached a quiet place. Feel free to scream your head off after the tone.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1.
I don't have it in me.
That's what she said.
Pussy!
Oh. I have to submit this thing. Where the heck did it go?
Here we go. How to make a homemade pipe bomb.
It should be fairly easy. All you need is one of those pressure cookers? You could do it that way too. Pressure cooker, some thumbtacks, some nails.
Let's see. Okay, so it looks like what you need for a pipe bomb is a 2-inch diameter pipe at 6 inches long with a 2 threaded ends and 2 threaded pipe and caps, Teflon pipe tape, plastic airtight Ziploc alcohol. I got plenty of that. Wooden matches, a candle, an electric drill, liquid nail glue, a bag of cotton balls, like a string to serve as a fuse, broom handle. Just take that out of your ass. You probably have that. You'll need
if you're a witch, you
right.
Need a detonator, some explosive materials. Wherever you get that, I'm not gonna ask questions. Gunpowder, 12-inch ruler, magic marker. Let's see. You're gonna want to put ball bearings in it to serve as a shrapnel.
Or nails. Nails would be good.
Yeah, nails. Fuck it, I'm bored. I'm not gonna keep reading that. I'll just keep that in mind for later.
Try to call Jeremy back.
He's probably not gonna answer. You do it.
Well, he doesn't have your number.
I just use star 67. Just use star 67. We were lost without him, so we just keep calling him.
Right. Like, we miss you. Come back. Why'd you leave us?
I sent the dang link to SC Burke and it didn't work. I'm ready for him to put dang dinosaurs and potted plants out.
Well, he's busy. He's busy with his medical problems and his girlfriend medical problems.
Oh, I didn't know something was wrong with her too.
Yeah.
There it is. So, okay. Are you sure it's not star 69?
No, star 69 is to call back.
Oh.
This is Jeremy, and you have reached the quiet place. Feel free to scream your head off.
That thing freaking pause. Oh. I think if anyone actually watches this thing, they will have been like off this like already. Oh no, he's there. What should we do? We need to make it fun for our one viewer.
We already instructed him on how to make a pipe bomb, so I mean that's pretty informative.
Yeah.
That'll help him.
I eat ass. I eat a lot of ass. I eat ass. I eat a lot of ass. From black to brown to Asian, I eat a lot of ass. I eat way too much ass. It affects my nutrition. If there was an ass eating competition, I would easily win, cause I eat the whole ass. Cause I eat the whole ass. Eat the whole ass. Eat the whole ass, bro. I eat the whole You know, in this game, you gotta eat the whole ass, bro. Ain't no playing around. You just gotta get in there and you gotta eat the whole ass. You know what I'm saying? It's cause you're fat.
That's the Friends Up song, isn't it?
Yeah.
Girls don't choose the nice guys. And you're a nice guy. But you're fat. And you're fucking gay. And why don't girls see the inside? Oh, they do. And they see that you're still fat and gay. There's no such thing as the friend zone.
Okay, that freaking Joji trip or thing that he did. Why did he go away from Filthy Frank? I don't get it. It's a travesty.
Well, he ended up being like the first Asian to have the #1 song on the R&B charts, so he's doing
Who
pretty
cares?
well.
Filthy Frank was better.
Well, yeah, but you know, you got to do what you got to do.
No,
he's been more successful. And plus, YouTube, like they would have, if Filthy Frank was on its last legs, YouTube would have never allowed more Filthy Frank.
I don't get why though. It was never that bad.
Yeah, but YouTube is fucking retarded. You hear that, YouTube? You can suck my dick.
Jeremy, you have multiple missed calls and weird voicemails.
YouTube can lick my shit pipe.
Okay, so what did I miss?
It's all on your phone.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, no, nothing at all.
Did Ann drop out and give up? I'm sorry, Ann. I guess she's tired of waiting for me to add her back. I don't know.
So what did you get at the store that was so important?
Let's see.
Condoms.
Mellow Yellow. Frozen pizza.
Dildos.
Yeah. Cough syrup. goody powders,
more pills,
and
from your dealer.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch ice cream.
Okay.
And yeah, it is a thing. It's great. And cat food. These were all
the cat food's for you to eat.
These were all essentials that I could not wait.
That is a bad diet.
Huh?
That's a bad diet.
Yeah, well, you need to stop eating cat food. That's not a good thing.
That's not all I eat. That's just what I picked up, Brainiac.
We all know that's what you eat. You just sit there like for hours on end, just eating can after can of cat food.
Yep, that's me. That's me. Yeah, you figured me out.
Okay, freaking sardines are actually good. I don't care.
No,
yeah,
that's not technically cat food though.
That is fucking disgusting.
It's good. Now sardines are good.
You might as well eat cat food if you're gonna eat a pack of sardines. And I'm sorry. I'm back. Come back if you have the inclination. It could not wait. I had to go.
Hey, play the voicemail on your phone.
I don't have a voicemail on my phone.
Yeah, you do.
You do.
Why? What did you do?
We caught the FBI in your ass.
What did we do? We didn't do anything.
You're not going to be happy when this show gets taken down and we get arrested.
You told us to entertain ourselves. This is all your fault.
Yeah, I just kind of went through the instructions on how to make a pipe bomb.
Okay, thanks for the info. I'll be sure to delete it right now.
Oh. No, that wasn't your voicemail. That was the show.
Play the voicemails on your phone. It'll be fun. It'll be cool.
Oh yeah, it'll be great.
Dead air.
Is he dialing?
Do you know how to go to your voicemail?
No, he's a fucking boomer. Fucking boomer doesn't even know how to get his fucking voicemail.
What are you rambling about?
You're a fucking boomer who doesn't know how to get to your voicemail.
I do. I hate it.
Well, I hate everything. I still come here, so whatever.
I fucking hate my using the phone.
Well, I hate everything, and I still come on here. So, what excuse do you have?
You should really check your voicemail.
You have 2 new voice messages. You have
2
saved voice message. First voice message sent today, Sunday, September 13th at 9:21 p.m. Duration 10 seconds.
Wait, that's not you guys.
At 11:23 p.m.
Okay, that's
9 seconds.
Wait, I don't remember you doing that twice.
Okay. What is so funny about that?
I don't remember.
What was so funny about that? I don't understand. What? Why was that so funny? All you did was just make old man noises. What is that about?
I only remember you doing that one time. Why were there 2?
I'm sorry. I had to step away for a minute. It's okay to come back. I guess.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Did you guys scare her off?
She left with you.
Huh? Did you scare her off?
No, she was gone when you left.
Really?
Yeah.
Did she say anything?
Here, I'm gonna send it to Gregor.
He won't come.
He might.
Nah.
He might. Let's see there. There he is.
What do you mean there he is?
I mean, there he is.
Where?
Paste in my dang inbox. There we go.
This is you just gonna do some bullshit where you come in as a fake personality.
No, I sent him the message.
It doesn't mean he's gonna come.
He might.
Nah.
Who else can I send the message to?
I don't know.
I'll go to Twitter and message people.
Let's go. But I'm kind of.
Who the heck is he? He's off like everything.
Maybe he ghosted himself again. I don't know. But I'm looking to wind down and end the stream here in a few minutes, though. So I mean,
why we should keep it going?
No, because I don't want to. I don't want. I've still got things I want to do tonight. You know, and not. I don't want to get off at like midnight and not have any time left for tonight. You know, I've only got one day left.
Well, before we go on, to check your messages again.
Why?
Because, you know, just to see.
All you're doing is grunting and reading.
No.
I don't understand the significance. And you scared Ann off.
No, she was off before you left.
Did she say anything?
Yeah. She said she had technical difficulties.
You sure about that? I don't remember.
Yes, I'm sure. It's in the chat, too.
New voice message. You have one saved voice message. First voice message. Sent today, Sunday, September 13th at 11:37 p.m. Duration 14 seconds.
Okay, now I'm turning it off. I don't know what was the relevance of that. I don't understand what was happening.
What did he eat that ass?
Was that you or Gregor that sent that message?
That was your dad.
Okay. I think I've had enough excitement for tonight. I got some other shit to do. And
No, keep it going.
no,
Yeah.
now besides, you wouldn't listen to me when it was my turn. So you know, you could have stood up against it when they came for the Jeremys. You said nothing. Mr. I turned my webcam on. Look at me, guy.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did.
And don't expect me to do it.
Literally crying.
What?
Literally what?
Literally crying.
Who? Talking about? Oh, you're literally crying from laughing.
Yes.
Why? What happened? There's some inside joke, I guess, that I missed. Okay, now you're starting to scare me. What did I miss? Did I open Pandora's box? I'm gonna have to private this after it's over.
People are gonna learn some bad things from it. It's true.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, you boys are done. I
I
can't.
don't want to be done.
I can't leave you alone. Well, start your own after this. I've got to go. Yeah, I know. Goodbye. See, I knew that's what it was. I knew that's what it was. Okay.
I did send him the link. I know. Keep it on.
So
there he is.
If he doesn't pop up in the next like 15 seconds, I'm ending. Because I've run out of things to talk about, you know, and Anne gave up on me, and yeah, so
She didn't give up on you.
Well, something happened.
What do you think happened? We'll tell you.
I wasn't here to add her back when she dropped out the last time, and so she just said, well...
No, she said she didn't want to be back on because of you.
Did what?
That's what she said.
Yeah, right.
She said, I'm tired of dealing with this freaking Jeremy dude.
Yeah, right.
That's what she said.
Yeah, prove it.
Maybe we should leave people with words of advice before we go.
Nah. It will not be good advice. That's the problem.
Zach, do you have any words of advice?
Other than go read the Bible, no.
Mine is buy pizza, pay with snakes.
That's some good advice.
Don't eat the yellow snow.
Okay.
It's not snowing though.
Or the brown acid.
Right.
No,
Do not.
yellow
Yeah.
snow would suffice. Yeah.
It's September though. There's no snow.
Yeah, I'm in Ohio.
It will
It'll
be
snow pretty
soon.
soon. Yeah, it will be soon. You got to prepare.
Wait, when does it actually start snowing up there?
It is in Wyoming and Montana right now, or was earlier this week.
See, it all depends. Like here, it usually like towards like the middle of November. Usually, sometimes in October. You never know.
Okay.
What did you
You
buy?
guys want to hear a joke I've been working on?
Okay.
Hey, my ass.
Okay.
Hey, Ben, you know what you should do? Okay, since you're in
Your
a very
mom?
since you're in a very suggestible state right now, you should get your phone and am I echoing?
You scared Jeremy off.
Okay, get your phone and call a business and be very mean to them. Just a local business.
I've
All of them
literally-
are closed.
I've literally.
And other places that stay open 24 hours.
Okay.
This is
All right, I'm closing out, guys.
Bitch.
I'm closing out.
What freaking happened? I was paused.
I'm closing out.
He's forcing us to leave.
Well,
He
you
is.
know,
And we got the echo.
you don't have to go
Yeah.
home. Yeah, there is the echo right now. Yeah, because I changed it over to the music. Yeah, but you don't have to go home, but can't stay here. So. And by the way, before we go, tell me if you can hear this time, because that concerns me about the music not playing at the beginning. That seriously broke my whole mojo tonight. Tell me if you can hear this.
I hear something that sounds gay.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
You can put it like a watermelon. Yeah, I can hear that.
You can hear that. Yeah, it's okay. You can go. Thanks everybody for tuning in.
Yes.
So why'd you kick me off?